All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Cloverdale City Council meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:02. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let the record reflect that all council members are present. Does anyone have any conflict of interest declarations tonight? Seeing none, any changes or deletions to the agenda?
Got a request. Mayor, do request for the mayor and vice mayor selection to be done in the same process as last year. The council discussion was prior to asking for a motion for each role independently.
Perfect. When we get to that item, we can absolutely. Yep. Okay, any changes or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move into public comments. Any person wishing to speak in person on an item not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. 3 minutes are allotted for each speaker. With respect for everyone here, there will probably be a lot of public comments tonight throughout the night, so please respect the clock as we go through this process. First up, Mr. Terreri. Can you turn on your microphone for me, please? Just there's a button down low. It's push the button. There you go.
All right. Good evening, City Manager, Mr. Mayor, and honorable City Council members. My name is Eric Terreri. Many of you know me through my work across the community. I serve as the chair of the Cloverdale Leadership Council, bringing together our nonprofits, service organizations, and the city to collaborate for the good of the town. I sit on the boards of the Cloverdale Arts Alliance and the Cloverdale Chamber of Commerce. I'm a proud Rotarian organizing our monthly bingo. Most of you also know me for my work in real estate, but my background is actually in economics. I have a BS in environmental economics from UC Berkeley and a master's from Caltech in Pasadena. I'm currently the chair of the Economic Development Committee through the Chamber of Commerce. I mention this because I approach this project not only as a community member, but as someone who deeply understands the economic...
Mr. Terreri, can I stop? Is this about the Esmeralda project?
It is.
Can I ask you to wait for that item to come forward?
Okay.
This is for items that are not on the agenda at this time.
My
I apologize,
apologies.
And we will gladly listen to the whole thing again for bingo
And I will
everything
not
else.
bore you with a repeat of the intro. I'll skip right into my
Please do.
comments on the
We
project.
all love bingo, so thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to make a public comment on an item that is not on the agenda tonight? See someone coming down?
Hello?
Would you please state your name for me?
Ken Screechfield, 313 West 2nd Street.
Thank you.
I encourage you to go down to the wells that you're digging. Has anybody been there? Has anybody looked at it? It's educational. It's interesting to see how fast you can dig a well, especially when it's in, gravel or whatever. I encourage you to go down and look. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. See Mr. Tolbert coming forward.
Good evening, City Council members, members of the Planning Commission, ladies and gentlemen of the Cloverdale citizenry. My name is Lee Tolbert. I am the managing supervisor of Palomino Lakes Water Company. And I can't make comments directly about the Esmeralda project because our community is not part of Cloverdale, but
Mr. Tolbert, If this pertains to that item, could we hold off until that item is called?
It's not pertaining to Esmeralda.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe all you guys, including the Planning Commission, have received a copy of this statement. It is known that the proposed elimination of Lake Pillsbury and the decommissioning of the PG&E power station puts all water users of Russian River water from Potter Valley to Hillsburg at risk by significantly reducing summer flows in the river, especially during periods of drought. The Palomino Lakes Community and Palomino Lakes Mutual Water Company cannot comment directly on the Cloverdale City Council or Planning Commission on the Esmeralda project. But we must make it abundantly clear that Cloverdale's increased demand on potable water by current and proposed expansion of residential housing and the resulting increased flow of wastewater into the Russian River from Cloverdale's municipal waste treatment plant would put all users of Russian River water below Cloverdale to Hillsburg at risk to negatively impact the quality of health water diverted by wells from the Russian River for agriculture and individual and community potable water systems. By adding tertiary treatment equipment to the Cloverdale Municipal Waste Treatment Plant, a calculated percentage of the total gallonage output could be used for agriculture and landscape irrigation to offset the demand of potable water for these same uses. Lower flows in the summer and in drought periods exacerbates the negative impact of effluent entering the river. An engineered tertiary treatment system would need to be expanded as development loads are increased. I urge the City of Cloverdale, the Plan Commission, and the citizens of Cloverdale be forward-thinking and find funding either by government grants or adding a conditional use fee component to future residential developments for supporting dollars for that project.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Sally Pringle, and I'm a Cloverdale resident, and my concerns are mostly with the water, but since I'm super concerned about the community garden, the Cloverdale Oasis Community Garden, which is at 205 South Cloverdale Boulevard, across from where your building is. And your building is actually a perfect building for a natural food store or community market. It has a loading dock. And I also wanted to talk about how PIX is preserving the historical landmark of the roadside diner. And there's a grandfather well at 205 South Cloverdale Boulevard, which is one of the only remaining grandfather wells in downtown Cloverdale. And it's very obtrusive, and to think that anybody would ever cover that with a parking lot or a 2-story or 3-story building when we have all these vacant buildings around town, or perhaps the car wash area or somewhere else where they could build, but I don't even think it's necessary. So my biggest concern right now is preserving the community garden, the Oasis Garden. It has shade and trees. It gets so hot in Cloverdale in the summers where it's just scorching heat. It's a great place for people to hang out and to bring kids and have an education center and a park. And growing food and having our food resiliency is important. And with the water crisis going on, it's very important to preserve that property for those type of things, grants to get food growing and having the community involved. So I'm dead set against anybody building anything on that property. That property saved my life. My doctor wrote me a prescription in 2013 and said to spend as much time in the garden as possible after I had been 16 years bedridden. And I got my severe anemia cured and taking iron and having lemons. I have at least 10 trees planted in the back of that garden that I donated that I've never been able to taste the fruits of. So, I mean, my grandfather's passed away, but there's at the front of that garden is some Mexican sage and artichokes that I planted in 2013 when that garden saved my life. So I'm here to save the life of that garden. And I don't know how this secret deal got put on, because I was told that the city was in the process of buying that garden. So there's something shady going on that I don't agree with. And it's probably has something to do with all this new development that somebody from out of town came up here and decided they're going to change everything in our town. And I'm not okay with it, because we don't have enough water and that well needs to be preserved.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pringle.
That's it.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council people, City of Cloverdale. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I'm not good at public speaking, so kind of consider the source. I have a few things. I always try to end a negative with a positive. First of all, good job on the Christmas lighting ceremony. I saw you the other night.
Thank you.
That's nice. That's nice. On that note, I had kind of a run-in with a city council person. I'm not going to name names at this time. I mean, you and I can talk offline afterwards if you want to know who it is. The person was quite hostile with me about this topic. I realized that that person was probably passionate, but the takeaway here is that I want every single person up here to remember that you represent the city of Cloverdale. Hopefully you guys can hear me very well. I took an oath to serve and protect this country for 25 years when I was in the Navy. So I know times are tough right now economically and also nationally with the atmosphere that's coming downrange. So I ask people to dig down deep in their heart and understand what that oath of protecting the people of Cloverdale is all about. I mean, that's important to me. I mean, we can always agree to disagree on topics, but I think if you're out in town and you're representing Cloverdale government, you have a responsibility to be mature and be polite to the people of this community. Also, I talked with the lady who is managing the museum downtown. For anybody else listening, they could use some donations. They have some dry rot and an arbor that's falling over. I'm a handyman by nature, but I'm not licensed or insured as a contractor, so I didn't feel it was my ability to do that. But they're all privately funded, or excuse me, funded by donations. So if people can find it in their heart, we're coming up on Christmas. Again, finances, economy is very difficult for everybody. So if you can help, that would be greatly appreciated. Lastly, transparency on this project, which I guess I can't talk about right now. Please, everybody, be a little bit more transparent. I think I speak on behalf of most people of Cloverdale that a lot of us don't know what's going on here. So this is your opportunity to share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a public comment regarding items not on our agenda? Going once, going twice. Okay, let me say for the record, on our computer system and on the internet right now on Zoom, if you are on there, we do not take comments through Zoom or through any other internet source. So if you are listening through that source, do not raise your hand. It will be taken down because we do not take comments only in person, not over the virtual. All right. No one else? We'll move forward into the student liaison report. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Risa Cardenas. For the Cloverdale High School, we have students preparing for the finals next week. Winter break will be from December 20th to January 6th. The high school is having their third annual Deck a Door contest to spread holiday spirit. As for sports, there's a boys basketball tournament. It's at McMillan, and it's from Thursday, December 11th to Saturday, December 13th. The girls basketball has the Sequoia Classic Tournament, December 10th through December 13th. Winter sports, soccer, and wrestling have begun. The boys soccer have a home game this coming Thursday and next Thursday at 5 p.m. And the girls soccer have a home game on Monday at 5 p.m. For FFA, there are several students who participated in the Sonoma section speaking contest for FFA today. And there will be an FFA meeting tomorrow as a last chance for students to gain an FFA point. And they will be decorating cookies. The Jefferson Elementary, Jefferson school classes are decorating Christmas trees for Cloverdale businesses downtown. And for the Washington Middle School, Washington had their annual turkey run before Thanksgiving break. And they have their winter sports such as boys basketball, girls volleyball, and wrestling that have begun at the middle school. That is all.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the council?
I want to say great job giving the report, Brisa. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the consent calendar. All items under the consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the city council unless any council member or member of the public requests that an item be removed and considered separately. Is there any item that you would like to pull?
No.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to pull an item off of our consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
Yep. Make a move to approve the consent calendar.
I second that move.
Perfect. We have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, we'll move into public hearings. G1, consider adoption of the 2025 California Building Standard Codes and the 2025 Fire Code by reference and amending Title 15, Buildings and Construction of the Cloverdale Municipal Code.
Thanks, Mayor. So tonight we're asking the council to adopt the 2025 Building Code Standards and Fire Codes and update Title 15 to the Cloverdale Municipal Code to comply with state requirements. Every 3 years, the state updates the building code and requires all local jurisdictions to adopt that, and that's what we're doing tonight. There's no real big changes we're proposing. The biggest change of note would be incorporating the fire, the WUI, remember the California Wildland Urban Interface Code. So we do have Mark Pedroia here from the fire district. If there's any specific questions about that, that's really the big change, and that's going to provide more resilient standards of construction for buildings located within that fire zone that was identified. You may remember we brought that fire map to the council a few months ago, and you adopted it. There are some administrative updates as well. The city is entitled to create tougher standards than the California Building Code, but not less stringent. So we generally don't, because the California Building Code is pretty stringent the way it is. And so that's pretty much it. There's no budget impact on this. So we're asking the council to adopt the ordinance and waive the reading for the California Building Code update.
Perfect, thank you. So it is just updating us for the meet California codes. Questions or comments from the council? Nope. Open to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment regarding this item? This is a standard thing that we have to do. Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Is there anyone that would like to introduce the first reading?
Move to introduce by title only and waive reading of the text of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City of Cloverdale Repealing and Replacing Cloverdale Municipal Code Chapters 15.00 through 15.18 and adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, including tables, 2025 California Building Code, Part 2, including tables and appendices, C1, J, N, O, and Q, the 2025 California Residential Building Code, Part 2.5, including tables and appendices, B, F, CI, and CJ, the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, including tables and informative annexes, the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, including tables, the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, including tables, the 2025 California Energy Code, Part 6, including tables and appendices, the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, Part 7, the 2025 California Historical Building Code, Part 8, including tables, the 2025 California Fire Code, Part 9, appendices, Chapter 4, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, N, O, and P standards and NFPA standards by reference, the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, including tables and appendices A, Chapter A1 through A5, the 2025 California Green Building Standards Codes, Part 11, including tables and appendices A4 and A5, the 2025 California Reference Standards Code, Part 12, including tables, and the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments.
Second.
New record. New record for the longest and the shortest. Very nice. All right. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. And thank you for reading that, Vice Mayor. All right, we'll move into new business. H1, consider adoption of the November 2025 water supply assessment and water supply verification for the proposed Esmeralda mixed-use development project.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to give a brief overview before the applicant and the applicant's consultant give a presentation. But the item before you tonight is review and possible approval of the water supply assessment and water supply verification for this project. It's a legal requirement for a project of this size, and its purpose is essentially to evaluate whether the city's water system supplies during a normal year, during a drought year, during a multiple year drought are sufficient to meet the project's projected demand. The report is required to be based off of the city's current urban water management plan, which was adopted a few years ago in status quo conditions. But as you've read in the report, the applicant has also addressed other things that are going on and potential changes down the road, such as the decommissioning of the Potter Valley project. This approval tonight, if the council does approve these studies, is not approval of the project. It's just approval of these technical studies. They will become a part of the full environmental review that is done under CEQA, at which time, through that process, is when there are mitigation measures that are potentially imposed. This is just a technical study for the council. This project, there are many, many discretionary approvals still to come, including a development agreement where the city will be negotiating with the developer on additional mitigation measures and potentially community benefits and things like that. And tonight, approval of this, if the council does approve this study, does not in any way limit the council's ability to approve or deny the project later on when those entitlements come before you. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant, and they have a presentation for you tonight on the details of this study.
Thank you, Alex. Would you like to come forward for your presentation?
Is it, I think that might not be the right slide deck. Michael, would it be helpful for me to send it to you again? Or we might have sent the wrong one. No. Should say water supply assessment on the front.
Attachment 4.
Attachment 4.
There you go.
That's the one. Yeah, that's perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Devin Zugel, and I am the founder and managing partner of Esmeralda Land Company, and we are the applicants for the project that we're going to be talking about today. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss the water supply assessment and water supply verification that has been done, looking at the water supplies accessible for this project. Next slide. I'm going to give a brief introduction of the project for anyone who's not familiar with some of the background, and then I'm going to hand it off to Brad Arnold from EKI, who is a specialist in this topic and was on the team who put together this report. So as a starting point, the site in question is on the southeast end of Cloverdale, short 8-minute bike ride into downtown, and it has already been annexed into the site, into the city, and that happened many years ago. And on one side, it is bordered by Assey Road, and on the east side, it's bordered by the Russian River. Next slide. A little bit of history of the site is that back in the 1950s, it was small farms and open space. But then over the years, it became an active lumber and wood waste facility called the Louisiana Pacific Mill. And that mill has since been shut down and closed, and the part of the land that was impacted by the mill has been remediated, and it is really basically a former industrial site. And we were really excited to give it a new life and build a new neighborhood for Cloverdale. Next slide. A little bit more history is that this site has been approved for development for over 20 years, and the city has been talking with potential development partners, and much of what we are proposing has already actually been completely approved, and we are now updating that plan for really the 21st century and what the future holds. Next slide. This hearing is the first step in a series of steps that will be happening over the coming months. We've been working very closely with the city on an entitlements package. Alex Mogg, the city attorney, referred to some of the pieces of that will come in the future. And this water supply assessment is really just looking at where the water is and what is currently accessible. And it is a study, not a formal approval. Next slide. We've also been doing an extensive public process in Cloverdale over the last 2 years. I've personally spent a huge amount of time in Cloverdale. The events that you see up on the screen are just the official events that we've hosted and spoken at, but we've also had a number of more casual events. I've met with hundreds of Cloverdalians. My email is always open, so if you want to get coffee, I would love to continue this process that we've been doing for the last 2 years. Some of the highlights is that we've done a number of open houses where we've shared the plan and also sought feedback, which has affected that plan, and we've really evolved things based off of input from the local community. One of the events we also hosted was a Parks, Trails, and Open Space workshop where we sought input on what people would like to see in the big public park that we are going to be building and then gifting to the city of Cloverdale. And so if anyone's curious about the past events, some of them have been recorded if anyone wasn't able to be there. Looking around the room, I see a lot of familiar faces, so I think a lot of folks here are familiar with the details that we've been sharing over the last few years. But I'm also seeing some new faces. So if there's any information that you would like to have, we would love to share it with you. Next slide. So the last public meeting that we attended a month ago, we did an informational hearing where we went into a lot of detail about the site plan and all of the input that we've received throughout this public process. I'm just going to give a high level so that we can ground this broader conversation in the plan. So as I mentioned, this project has been approved for development for 20 years, well before our company was ever involved. And you'll see the existing approvals on the left, and on the right, you'll see what we are proposing to change. And the most notable difference is that we are using less of the land because we want to be able to preserve more of the property for public open space and ultimately the big public park that we're going to be gifting to the city as well. Next slide. Alex mentioned this at the top, but I just want to underline it. Today's hearing is not an approval. This is about adopting findings and looking at an analysis to ensure that there is adequate water supply both for this project and for broader Cloverdale. So the city council has full discretion to make a decision about the future development agreement that we're currently negotiating, as well as any of the other details of the plan that we have proposed. So tonight is focused on just making sure there's enough water, and then all of the other questions are going to be addressed in future hearings. Next slide. So now I'm excited to bring up Brad Arnold from EKI, and he's part of a broader team that have worked really hard on creating this water supply assessment document. Brad, you can come take it away. He's gonna go into a lot of technical detail about the water on the site.
Next slide, please. And good evening, honorable council members, mayor. I'm Brad Arnold with EKI Environment and Water, or EKI for short. We're a Bay Area company where I'm a senior consultant. I work primarily with clients on the sort of long-term water supply planning and projections, water rights technical support, and demand forecasting, the kind of quintessential pieces that go into a water supply assessment, or a WSA, and a water supply verification, WSV, that we're going to talk about here today. Next slide, please. In the presentation, we're going to go over the requirements of a WSA and a WSV, essentially what goes into them, what are we required to report, what did we supplement in there. We'll go into our approach and methods, essentially what we did to try and analyze the future outlook of Cloverdale's water supplies, as well as what this project would mean to be added on top of any growth forecasts or anything that way. We'll go into the city's specific water supplies because this is a really important point of why we concluded that there was sufficient water supplies to add the project in. It actually refers specifically to the unique water rights and setup that the city relies upon for its water. So we'll get into that. And then we'll get into the specific findings and conclusions, unpacking exactly what we did to understand not only the project demands, but the city's present and future demands, as well as the supply conditions with everything referring to water rights curtailments, Potter Valley decommissioning, et cetera. There's a lot to unpack here, obviously. Next slide, please. Specifically for the WSA and WSV, these sorts of documents try and ensure that cities or water suppliers, that is, consider the long-term water supplies and implications of taking on a new development or project. They determine whether sufficient supplies exist for the proposed development, and they essentially follow a guidance document or a set of almost a cookbook, if you will, of what the California Water Code requires at the state level for these documents to include. They are required for projects that are greater than 500 residential units for the water supply assessment components, and for the water supply verification components, which add on top of that, for any residential subdivisions that include tentative maps and other components to them. In this case, the project satisfies both needing a WSA and WSV, which is a combined document here. And what it does at its core is it evaluates the supplies under normal drought year, dry conditions, over a 20-year planning horizon. That planning horizon is specified in state law, by the way, in the California Water Code. But more importantly, this is an independent look for the development as to whether those supplies would be available going forward with what might happen in the city, what might happen with the project as it builds out, et cetera. And if insufficient supplies are found, then the project needs to acquire additional water and define in this WSA and WSV what it intends to do to try and meet those projected uses, that is. Next slide, please. The specific approaches and methods that we looked at here was, first off, per state law, to rely on the city's latest urban water management plan that the city attorney pointed to. That was in 2021, by the way, and I'll refer to that as the UWMP or urban plan, just as we go forward in here. And that contains a lot of great information, honestly. It's developed by the city, by city staff, engineers, planners, to essentially do this sort of long-term projections and analyses per state requirements itself, to look at growth, to understand how the city might expand by 2040 and beyond, and what that means for water supplies, demands, reliability, all the same kinds of things that we are borrowing on to try and understand what it would mean for the project to layer on top of that. But I don't need to tell you all that a lot has changed since 2021, and now that we're in 2025, there's a lot of new factors to consider. Potter Valley project, what's happening there. Water rights curtailments, more importantly, what it meant for the 2021 drought and the water supply for Cloverdale, and ultimately what that meant for the residents of Cloverdale as the shortage actions were implemented by you all, rightfully to deal with conditions at the time. So we'll unpack what that means and what we discovered and where that informed what we did in this WSA and WSV, which ultimately meant that we went above and beyond state law to really investigate what this meant and to try and draw as much of a holistic and complete picture, as we could, as we understand it, as is reasonable to try and assess going forward. And it really followed a three-part approach, as is shown on the slide here. First is trying to estimate the project water demands itself. What does it mean for the project with its mixed-use development, having residential, resort, other components to it, landscape irrigation as it's proposing, to actually dive under the hood and understand piece by piece with industry demand factors, with local Cloverdale data, with other data along the Russian River that other cities are relying upon, to essentially piece that together, land use by land use, and then roll that up into a total water demand for the project as it builds out, over its phased development over the next, number of years. And then comparing that against its intended use of modern facilities, water use requirements that are, as you all know, going to become more stringent over time, residential use restrictions and guidelines from the state that'll be fully applicable as this project develops out, which means that in a sense we are sort of conservatively projecting this out. We're using 2025 demand factors, conditions, Cloverdale UWMP data, others to inform what the demands will look like for the project, understanding that as we go into the future, by its nature, it's going to have to be more efficient because it's building, modern, efficient, less water use consumptive buildings and structures and facilities that way. But again, this is all for the purpose of understanding what it means for the project to be included in the Cloverdale municipal water supply system. The second piece is actually estimating the city supplies and demands. Again, the urban water management plan, to the credit of the city staff, did a fantastic job of outlining what that means into the future through 2040, that we can certainly borrow from to understand what the projected growth in population is supposed to be. I believe the 2020 plan, for instance, projected out to around 13,600 people in the city of Cloverdale by 2040. In 2020, they had around 9,200 people. Presently, I believe it's just shy of 9,000 people, if I recall correctly. So whether it ultimately develops out that far is to be determined. But as you'll see in our analysis on a slide here, we actually included that, forecast out to, over 13,000 people, just again, for the purpose of trying to make sure we cover our bases of what it means to incorporate the project. And then ultimately it is that supply and demand comparison, which is the bulk and where the rubber hits the road for these two documents, to understand what it means under normal drought conditions, to really stress test those assumptions then. So again, as we pull the supplies demands to actually, put together side-by-side comparisons of these two to understand what that means. Next slide, please. Stepping into the city's water supplies, because this is going to be a really critical point for as we go forward with the conclusions and findings of the WSA and WSV. The city itself draws from what are called Russian River underflows via several shallow wells within the 100 feet or so underground. And this is important because it's not necessarily the Russian River as you might see it walking along the surface flows. This is really that zone, if you will, underneath, almost a slow-moving river underneath and along the Russian River that sort of follows in the Alexander Valley. So the watershed upstream all collects, as you know, from the upper watershed, hits the valley, portions of it go subsurface, and it tends to slow it down and move, even though you might see the surface water itself continue to rush downstream towards other cities. It's a really unique position, quite frankly, of what the city draws from. And furthermore, they draw from some of the oldest rights in the entire watershed, dating back to 1884, that they actually have the entitlements to pull that water. And that was really fascinating because when we did a look at the number of senior rights holders, people who would claim seniority to this group, the number of folks could be counted on basically two hands. There are really not many more people who have senior rights. And as you all may know, seniority is paramount in water rights. You get to use your water as a more senior user before anyone junior to that gets to use a drop. So it's important that way that the city really has this put together. As far as skipping over to the watershed and aquifer, again, it's important that the underflows collect from the entire nearly 700,000 acre watershed upstream, and Lake Mendocino releases, of course, as those come in the spring and summer months. But really, again, it's that entire northwestern portion, it's portions of the east fork of the Russian River near Potter Valley that all collect and flow downstream. Portions go subsurface. That's what sustains these underflow portions during those drier periods. It's those wet months, water collects, accumulates, hits the underflows. That's what keeps you going through August, July, late summer, when the precipitation isn't there to continue to restock it. As far as the entitlements and capacities themselves, again, in the center of the slide here, about 30% of it is above the projected future city water needs. And that's important because it's the entitlement of the rights themselves as they're recognized by others for this 1884 date. It actually shows that there is more water under those rights that are available to the city, even on paper, if you will, than what is currently needed to satisfy demands and even going forward with those UWMP projections. And that frankly limits exposure to certain state water board actions because not only is there that buffer, but these are some of the most senior rights in the watershed, but then it ultimately provides that reliable planning buffer going forward. So again, these rights, I want to just state the fact that historically they have been reliable as best we could tell in our review of the conditions and water supplies for Cloverdale. The only known curtailment in the last 100 plus years since they were formed was in 2021. And obviously that changed a lot of how these rights are assumed and planned going forward. But that was frankly more on regulation of water rights in the watershed rather than any sort of physical unavailability of the water in these underflows. Next slide, please. So getting into the key findings of the WSA, bringing this all together with what we've been talking about in the analyses. The WSA looked at where we determined rather that the project, when you roll up all of those demands, look at the demand factors, the land use specific line by line items, you get about 76 million gallons per year at build out. That's the ultimate demand that you get into the project going forward, as is shown in the graph off to the right. This can be further reduced to around 49 million gallons per year if they find a way to supplement non-potable sources for the landscape irrigation, which currently is a large portion of the projected demands that were estimated for the project. So outdoor uses, which have their own potential restrictions going forward. And this does incorporate the city's standard distribution loss factor of about 10.4%. What that means is there's some loss and inefficiencies from the treatment plant to the end user, as you would expect, pipes, treatment processes, pumps, tanks, that way. And it's around 10.4%, which comes from city data that we estimated from water loss audits and other things that the city submits to the state. And again, the demands themselves are based on industry demand factors. So even under these conservative assumptions of what the project may utilize long term, these demands remain well below the city's recognized senior entitlements on paper, which are shown in the orange line above. Next slide, please. To really drive home this point, we did further investigation again, because understanding that there were these specific land use components that were rolled up, We then took a look at gallons per capita per day, this sort of standardized factor of the amount of gallons that are used on a daily basis per person. It actually provides a really good reference point because the city of Cloverdale has its own state objectives and targets that are required. You can get a sense of what other suppliers are doing across the state, specifically for the residential components now that we're talking about. So for the proposed residences, as well as what's happening in Cloverdale. What we find is that the state conservation targets, the requirements that come out from the state, the regulations, are around 100 GPCD. That's what's shown off on the line here. What you see across the state is anywhere from 40 to 100 GPCD, so anywhere in that range. Some of the more difficult situations are around that 120. Existing Cloverdale is around 63 to 70. So I point that out because, quite honestly, that's already good in meeting a lot of the requirements on the residential side for Cloverdale. So in many ways, already meeting, owing to improvements in water use efficiency, use and stuff that way. The Esmeralda project, as we calculated, again, the residential specific components for a point of reference, were around 48 to 60 from what we could tell. Again, owing to these more efficient structures and work that way that we would expect to see going forward. So actually lower than we've seen for other mixed use developments of this type, around the 55 plus. So again, this gives a sense of scale of what we're talking about for Esmeralda, for the project as it gets built, what the state targets are, what we see for other suppliers and other developments, and where honestly Cloverdale is already doing a good job at meeting its state targets. Next slide, please. As far as the city's historic demand goes, it's important to point out that when we looked at the historic data in order to project out what's happening into the future, we see that from 2005 to 2013, there was a period of much higher water use than what we saw after the 2013 to 2015 drought sort of thing. Residents honestly just responded to that and sustained that level of decreased water use over time. It's important that average from 2014 to 2024, for instance, compared to that period beforehand, shows discernible improvement that reflects the type of upgrades that the city undertook, customers' water use efficiency. It's the reason that that prior slide shows a lower GPCD is because of what happened 2014 and beyond. If it were still in that period prior, obviously those numbers would be quite a bit higher. So the city has already done a remarkable job in trying to limit its water use, and certainly nothing that we can tell at this point suggests that it's going to go back to much higher use owing to improvements and work that way. The blip that is shown in orange on here is important because that's the 2021 curtailments. We recognize that that did decrease the water supply that was available to the city at that point. When it's put on an annual scale, obviously it shows as a short blip, but we know that during those curtailment months, it was much more stressful at that point. Next slide, please. And so what does this mean for supply sufficiency and dry year management? In terms of the reliability of the supply and city management itself, the city's senior water rights and well system, especially with what we had seen in the urban plan with the well upgrades and work that has been done to improve some of the systems, generally provides a very reliable water supply under the vast majority of conditions. I mentioned earlier that in the last 100 and some odd years since the 1884 right was founded, that there's only been one curtailment action in 2021. And doesn't mean it can't happen going forward, but certainly there are questions as to what the state did to enact that right as well, or enact the curtailment rather, as well as what that might mean for future conditions. But during droughts of any kind, any supply shortfalls are managed currently under the city's water shortage contingency plan. And the residents currently are subject to the actions and orders specified in that water shortage plan. That's essentially my understanding in 2021 of what the council pointed to identify and try and basically enact shortage actions out of that plan. And so as far as the project itself goes to complement or work within that framework, which they would be subject to just like any other customer in Cloverdale, being a municipal demand at that point, that they would essentially work to try and capture and retain stormwater on site to help retain and contribute to those underflows where practicable. They would send out notices to their residents and visitors that encourage conservation and water use efficiency. They would restrict on-site irrigation and outdoor water uses, limit washing of surfaces, all these sorts of actions that are wholly consistent with the water shortage plan, but would be specific to where the project would basically be able to find matching reductions that fulfill whatever actions are taken by City Council. Next slide, please. So all that together, let's look at the reliability, because this was really an important part of what we looked at the WSA, because there's a lot of changes, a lot of things happening in the watershed, a lot of factors to consider post 2021 that weren't necessarily in the last urban plan that the city adopted. The 2021-22 curtailments did affect Cloverdale's senior water rights. Even though they are very robust and resilient, it did affect them for about 80 days. Now, it's worth pointing out that the entire Russian River watershed was under a sort of regulatory curtailment watch, if you will, from portions of 2021 going into 2022. Many other water rights holders and users were still subject to curtailments long after the 80 days that it affected Cloverdale-specific rights, owing to that seniority, that unique position relative to Ukiah, Healdsburg, and others who have junior rights compared to this city. That's the special standing that the city has relative to these others. And honestly, what provides it a really strong foundation for having water supplies. And again, these drought restrictions and curtailments were regulatory in nature. They weren't due to physical shortages. The wells themselves still had water to draw on at that point. So there was water still available to pump. And when the state moved into a volume per capita methodology later, when the rights were curtailed, that was the restriction that you all recall from 2021. Those supply allocations scale per capita with person. So naturally, the more people, the more water that is allowed under those allocations at that point when the rights are curtailed. So in other words, the project's permanent population would be additive to what was granted to the city under that allocation. It wouldn't further reduce anything that was granted to the city at that point. So that's what it means for curtailments. As far as Potter Valley project decommissioning, which, of course, I can't understate the impact it'll have to the economics of those cities and users along the Russian River. It's going to be a major change in terms of the water that's available to Lake Mendocino and to others. There's obviously, that's what we looked at in the WSA, WSV, looked at the scenario where there is no alternative. There are other water users that are looking at alternatives to those. And we fully expect that whether there's an alternative or not, it will reduce or outright eliminate what comes from the Eel River that supports the Russian River, particularly during those dry months of late summer and stuff that way. The underflows that we talked about, though, do buffer from that. It's important to go back to those because that's where the city draws its water from. And those are sustained in large part by natural precipitation that comes from the watershed, those portions north and west going way up into mountains further and stuff from here. And that's ultimately what accumulates, reaches the Alexander Valley, where a portion of it goes subsurface. We did an estimate as part of a technical analysis to supplement the WSA and WSV here. We did the accounting fully of what the Potter Valley project was contributing. We did an assessment of what Lake Mendocino was contributing to flows. And what we found was that the Potter Valley project, there are certain months where it makes up a majority of the flows that you see in the Russian River, no doubt. But on the whole, over a year, even in a dry year, you can maybe talk 5 to 10% of what is accumulated over the entire year. So again, it's never going to outweigh the natural precipitation that the watershed gets. That's the majority of what restocks the underflows. That's the majority of what the city gets to draw upon from its senior rights, which they would get to do before anyone junior to them does. This is why there are so many other folks who are junior to you all that are quite frankly in a worse position with Potter Valley than you all are. And again, that seniority really reduces the risk of losing that legal access, even as these lake flows and others decrease. But all of this is not to say that the city is invincible in that aspect. This is where the water resiliency program that we reviewed and that the city staff provided us really helped kind of bolster and make this a bit easier to assess in terms of understanding the long-term projections of where water supply might go for Cloverdale. The city is doing supplemental supplies, upgrading infrastructure, and this is expected to improve water supply reliability long-term for Cloverdale. Not only will the project, as a municipal customer, through their user fees and ratepayer assessments, contribute to enacting the plan that, as I understand, the city is already moving forward with, but certainly all of this put together suggests that this will help long-term to ensure that the city stays in an advantageous position. We know that pipes, pumps, treatment plants don't get any younger, and so doing this sort of proactive thinking to keep the city in that good position will be important. Next slide, please. And so to pull this all together, because I've thrown a lot at on these previous slides, I'm happy to go through it again. is the WSA-WSV analysis indicates that Cloverdale has sufficient and reliable water supplies to meet the projected demands, including that with the project, through 2045, that required planning horizon, under a range of hydrologic conditions, droughts, dry years, multiple dry years, normal conditions, stuff like that. And it's important to note that sufficient does not mean that there will never be curtailments again. It doesn't mean there won't be restrictions again. We know that droughts, unfortunately, are going to become more commonplace, more frequent over time. But again, as we pointed out here, understanding where the project fits into that dynamic, it assists with the per capita allocations that the city was granted by the state when these curtailments happened. The city does rely on senior rights that have certain entitlements that are still above and beyond the forecasted plus project demands going into the future, and that these future changes with regards to Potter Valley decommissioning that certainly will affect the watershed as a whole, specific to Cloverdale's rights, are not as great an impact as it certainly will be for others in the watershed. And so beyond that, any temporary or drought-related imbalances will continue to be addressed through the water shortage contingency plan, of which would apply equally to the project as it does to all Cloverdale customers. That's essentially how we arrived to our conclusion here. Last slide, I think next, is just thank you all, and happy to answer any questions, comments, concerns on anything we presented here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Michael, do you want to go next, or do you want us to move forward right now? Perfect. A lot of information. Let's go through the council, go through questions, comments, and if Michael or Brad, when questions arise, if you guys want to be here ready to answer, it'd be great so we can make sure this is run efficient. I'll start with you, Councilmember Lasky.
Brad, thank you for your presentation. Well thought out, well versed, a lot of information. You pretty much touched on a lot of the talking points that the community has, and basically with Potter Valley project potentially coming down, that's a big concern for everybody. I see it in the, you have your 500,000 gallon water storage tank idea that you guys are proposing. That's obviously would be a positive impact for the city that to help alleviate any long-term water storage and or water usage issues. So with that, I'll send it over to council.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Morgenstern.
I have a question. Due to the fact that we don't know nobody knows what's going to happen with Potter Valley, so your facts are just more of a guesstimate than, say, scientific facts, correct?
No, certainly not. Again, we went into the process through the technical appendices going above and beyond the WSA to understand specifically how the Potter Valley project contributes to Lake Mendocino and those flows downstream. This is where we went back to the earlier comment of when we compare that side by side with natural precipitation, that is the vast majority of what contributes to the underflows from which Cloverdale relies upon. That is scientific fact as best we can tell. That's straight accounting of data that comes directly from PG&E and other sources of what the project has contributed over the last number of years of its operations. Beyond that, again, there's some questions on the dynamics of what that means for folks downstream and others in the watershed, certainly, that we'll have to resolve some of those impacts. But again, we feel very confident that Cloverdale's specific rights and underflow resources are going to be largely buffered by those natural precipitation.
I'd like to add one other thing, council member. We also we assumed that all water from Potter Valley is eliminated. There's been some discussion of there's a NERF, a nonprofit authority that's thinking of taking it over. We just assumed the worst case. And I really want to bring that point home. Wherever there was a question about whether something was possible, we assumed it wasn't. And precisely to honestly address your concern, we're not assuming in any circumstance the best circumstances. We're assuming more droughts. We're assuming Potter Valley is closed completely. Of course, we hope something better can be worked out, but that may not be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad and Michael. Thank you, Devin. My question here, looking at the really what you guys were working with was our urban water management plan. This is from 2021. And looking at page LD3, it is our actual and projected population water use. There's maybe we're not quite at the population that's estimated here. And, there's reports that maybe we're losing a small amount of population over the couple of years. There are drastic changes. We could look at the last 20 years and maybe not see a lot of population growth. If you look at the last 30 years, you're going to find a different story. My concern is that this number 12,500 is thrown out as far as like we can maintain that population. Maybe we can maintain 14,000. What is our ceiling? That's my concern. Is that's some information I've been unable to find out through our urban water management plan, this WSA, WSV, and also the water master plan of 2011. Is that I would like to know at what point do we hit a ceiling? And it's in any scenario we're absolutely going to need a buffer. So my worry is that I don't want to see a moratorium on some other needed housing that we might need to maybe house young adults, starter dwellings for young folks that's needed in this community.
Thanks. We'll both answer. I just wanted I think for everyone else's benefit, it's worth reciting what the urban water management plan assumed. The urban water management plan and what we assumed we incorporated all those assumptions. To the best of our knowledge today, based on the California Department of Finance numbers, the population of Cloverdale is just around 8,800 people today. The plan assumes, the water management plan that we incorporated assumes that Cloverdale grows up to 13,600 people by 2040. And then our study includes all the people that we would bring on top of that. So actually, if you add that up, can't do the math necessarily, but it's about, we assume about 1,500 new people plus 13,600 people. So at that point, what does that put us at? We're close to
15,100.
Thank you. And 15,100 people. And so even with that, what the studies were showing is that there's a significant buffer between that demand and what the city's senior water rights are, which is 910 million gallons per year. So, I'll leave it to Brad what that might represent in additional population. I did want to say what's nice about this study is it assumes all that growth anyway, up to 13,600 people.
I think we're getting pretty close. I mean, currently we do have a lot of properties, in the process of being built. There are properties in town that are marketed for development. Those may be can house possibly 240 residents, 120 residents each, based upon 2.5 residents per unit. There's other areas. There's water districts that we might be taking on. 6 acres water district, as well as South Cloverdale and Mutual Water Company. So this is my
good. The good news is that your plan, which we embraced, assumes growth. Yeah.
And I guess that's my concern, is that some of this plan is just a little old. I would like to see maybe this tabled until some of these plans are updated. That's really my feeling. It's hard to make an assessment off a plan that's outdated. And I know you did some work to amend things like the Potter Valley Project. The Potter Valley Project, personally, I think is more of a matter of price, something that's going to come down. The water is going to be there to a degree, but it's the cost.
No, I appreciate your question, and it is a good point to bring up. If I can get to go back to a prior slide on here, I think it would actually be really helpful to show exactly the point you're talking about, Council Member. Keep going back. Oh, we're starting at the beginning, then keep going forward. Keep going. It's stop there. So what we see in the graph shown off to the right hand is, to Michael's point, what we're utilizing with the UWMP projections going out forward, getting to around 13,600 people. This, on top of that, in the green bar, is showing the project of an additional 1,500 people. To your point, Council Member, the buffer that you would then want kind of between what your right entitles the city to and what you're projecting out is really that difference, that white area that's shown between them. And as you can see, even with 1,500 people in the green bar, you can stack a number of those on top of one another before you ever reach that orange bar at the top. So a number of these types of projects could come in and still not reach the entitlement of what Cloverdale has available. But it's a good point, is we don't know what the future holds for development, but at least there's buffer.
Yeah, my concern is that we don't have a ceiling, a number for what that ceiling is. I see what, you know, our senior water rights entailment can provide for us, but in any scenario, we do want to keep a buffer. So that is my concern.
To the council member, although we're not giving you tonight because the WSV does not require us to tell you the quote number, but what's implicit and hopefully obvious at this point is it's a considerable number more people, thousands actually more.
Yes.
It's also worth noting, and I was surprised when I looked at the city's general plan. The city's general plan assumed that today we'd be at 12,000, Cloverdale would be at 12,500 people. So what we have seen a fair amount in the more recent history is projecting a lot of growth and only getting a little. That doesn't mean we can't also plan for a lot of growth. And the good news is, as this bar indicates, there's actually a fair amount of room for that.
And my concern is that a lot of these plans are very outdated, and we are in the process of updating them. Yeah. So it's hard to make that call.
Well, no, I mean, actually, these numbers are not hard to make.
Yeah.
So council member, that senior water rights is not a new plan. That is the city's existing senior water rights. Yeah.
With all due respect, I think there's just one more point that I'd like to make, because I think it's helpful on here, that if you notice between the 532 shown in 2025 on there, around 9,200 people that was projected, and 2045 at 675 million gallons per year, that's 13,000. The difference between those blue bars wouldn't suggest that it's accommodating all those additional people between 9,200 and 13,000. That's because projecting out to 2045, these are new, efficient, water use efficient structures, things that come in and utilize less water than some of the older buildings that are on site in Cloverdale. So it's not even just a general gallons per person, because that's relatively going down over time. So that gives even more credence to the buffer between that green bar and that orange line of it could fit even more as we get more efficient, more use.
And I appreciate it. I think you're making some great points. There is a lot of remedies that we'll have hopefully coming in the future, with the purple pipe and, other things that people can adopt to lower their water use. I think just not having a definitive answer about population and looking at our urban water management plan, the growth is scheduled showing on here. There is a total of 13,000, just under 14,000 by 2040, but in that 10-year period previous from 2030 to 2040, it's just showing a 440 person growth, and I just don't feel that may be accurate. And, again, we don't know what the future's holding for us, but my concern is that I don't want to lose out on some other needed housing if we don't have an answer for what the ceiling is.
The good news is that's that problem is not an immediate one. We have a lot of years to plan.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Brad, Michael, thank you very much. Devin, thank you for showing up. I sat there and that great presentation, 1894 water rights, senior water rights. We heard it a bunch. And I think this is for the crowd here too, is we had the 21 curtailment, state stepped in, but I'm just wondering if, we've got the way things are going right now, those curtailments start to show up a little more often. How fragile actually for the state to come in. We're relying on these senior water rights, and Cloverdale's solid with those, but the state jumped in and curtailed us right away. So with the weather and everything, Cloverdale getting hotter, these droughts show up a little more often. How valid are those water rights? I understand they're senior, but when the state jumps in, that kind of wipes them out.
It's a great question, and actually I'm going to go back to prior to joining EKI, I used to work with a water supplier in this areas that relied on pre-1914 water rights. So this question is very special to me because we were dealing with the same issue projecting going forward. And ultimately, whether the state appropriately curtailed those rights is still an outstanding and legal question, more importantly, that I want to allow them to deal with. But beyond that, we can certainly anticipate that the state will try in the future to curtail those rights. Again, I think there was a precedent. I know there was a precedent set with the health and safety standards that were granted to the city last time, that 55 GPCD. There's also some argument for precedent set by the expansion that they got after 30 days to raise that more. Again, something that scales with people. Right. So again, it wasn't a physical drought. The water was still there at the wells, more importantly, but regulatory where this will basically show up in arguments with the state board and what they're capable of doing, is going to be important going forward to stay vigilant as pre-1914 rights holders. But to answer your question, they're not fragile. They're very reliable, and quite honestly, compared to others in the watershed, I jotted down some of the other cities just for reference. Healdsburg with 1950s water rights, Windsor in the 1990s, and some of the other Sonoma water rights. Ukiah was the closest in 1914 itself, but that's still junior to what Cloverdale relies upon. So again, this is, as a whole, Cloverdale would get to utilize its water prior to any of them. So this is a position where the entire watershed's fragile, sure, but Cloverdale is in a really good standing and reliable position.
And Vice Mayor, if I may add something. So just for context, it was set at 55 gallons per day. Then we applied and got it raised to, I think, 104. The city's position at the time, and still is that the curtailment order is illegal and violates California water law. We filed documents with the State Water Board. We were at the time considering litigation. They dropped it after 80 days, and so we also dropped it rather than waste money on it. But that has been the city's position in the past.
And Councilmember, I'd add one more thing. I think what it was said rather quickly. The amazing thing is, despite the curtailment, was the rapid pace that the Water Board removed the curtailment. And compared to the other jurisdictions in the watershed, it was light speed. So the rights meant something to the Water Board. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know how they decide to go into curtailments?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the state water boards. It's called the water unavailability methodology. They have their hydrologic models and data essentially to optimize what's available in the watershed hydrologically compared to on a seniority working down the water rights list, if you will, where basically they run out of water. So the most senior get to use first, and they progressively work their way down until the models say no more, and that's where they draw the curtailment. And they update this weekly during a drought emergency order. There are questions with the models. We could spend the entire night talking about some of those that I have technically. But again, this comes out from the State Water Board decisions. They release it publicly for the entire Russian River watershed, so they'll set a certain date.
Yeah. Thank you. The difference between surface underflows and groundwater, does surface water affect underflows?
Yes, directly. That's why it's recognized under the Surface Water Rights Framework in California.
So Potter Valley will directly affect our underflows?
No, not necessarily. Because again, we're talking about natural precipitation. That is basically what fills and stocks those water flows during the wet season. And then during the drier months, certainly there could be a minor amount of Potter Valley Lake Mendocino releases in there, but that's not the majority of what's contributing to the underflows. This was the technical appendix we talked about, where we did the accounting of basically what was seen at USGS gauges directly upstream of Cloverdale. Vast majority of it over a year was natural precipitation. It's a big watershed.
Mr. Mayor, I want to add one more thing, because I was also learning a lot during this process, and didn't study hydrology in college. But what's interesting is, and what the technical appendix gets into, is the alluvial aquifer, as they call it, the body of water moving below the surface of the river, moves a lot slower, pretty obviously, than the river itself. And so what those studies show is that the upstream precipitation that moves through the soils and is moving at a much lower rate. So it shows up in Cloverdale in August and in September. And so that's the part that really made me have my aha moment. That's why what Brad is saying is correct. That even though Lake Mendocino, and even though the surface of the river is almost dry at that point and will be dry more so in the future, that doesn't mean that alluvial aquifer is dry. And that was the big, that moved because that water moves slow, basically.
Yeah, and this is where you and I we've had our debates, and we're both right. But I've also had other hydrologists compare this to a sponge with your underflows. That, you get water on the top of the sponge, and the water can be in the sponge, but the more you pull out of it slowly, it pretty soon is dry. And as you have less water coming, PG&E is already asking for a 5 CFS variance. Right. They've applied for that through FERC. You are going to have possible no diversion period, which we know is okay. And I know that, and that's, you've seen the Round Valley Tribe said it in their meeting that they are going to cut the water off at some point soon.
Right.
So we know that we have to prepare for it, and we are. We have been for quite a few years now with storage, ASR, things that we're trying to do as we speak. But I want to make it clear that this does affect us, but not as much as people think. And that's what I get it. And I just want the point made that it does affect us. But when you guys, public asks me, how do I support this project, and say that Potter Valley is a bad thing at the same time, it's because they're two different water levels that we're pulling from. And the reason that we get curtailments is because the state mandates them. It's not because the water's not there. We're allowed to take a certain amount of water per person in population. And they dictate that, not based on how much water we have or could access. And that's where the problem was in 2021. With this project, the way it's been shown to us so far, if this is what I would call an above moderate development, second and third homes, there will be less full-time users, less impact, but they will count towards that amount of water that we can pull out of the aquifer to put into our storage for people that might not even be in Cloverdale, but they count in Cloverdale. So that is why, at this point, I've been able to support this project, is it's two separate things. And I will fight to the death for Potter Valley because it affects your river and your environment. And like Mr. Tolbert was talking about, when you start dumping your wastewater into the rivers and things along those lines that might happen, that's where you kind of come up with the issues. But that doesn't affect this as much as people think it does. And it took me a long time to understand that. I want to go through my questions, make sure I hit them all. Just for the record, if all this Potter Valley or lack of water comes through, how often do you see the lake having drought condition as a hydrologist?
Sorry, talking about Lake
I know
Mendocino
it's in your
specifically?
report. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's not because I'm off topic. It's in the report.
No, Lake Mendocino specifically. Again, this does not directly affect Lake Sonoma, just for people in the crowd. So we would expect it to mimic a lot of what we see during the droughts in terms of approaching dead pool more often. There's quite a decrease in the amount of storage that would be available to folks who utilize that water downstream, namely Sonoma Water and other cities that are contracted with them. Again, I would just, generally speaking, for the benefit of the public, treat it as though it will look, the lake itself will look like drought conditions going forward. It'll at least appear that way because it doesn't have that supplemental inflow. But again, this does not mean the same thing as downstream reliance.
Nope, just because it was in the report, I want it. You said on a yearly basis.
Yeah, I would have to look at the number. I don't have it off the top of my head. Apologies.
It's okay.
And what Brad educated me about just about 2 hours ago was the distinction between the State Water Board declaring a drought and Lake Mendocino looking like it's in a drought. Yeah, and the State Water Board's determination is based on precipitation in the watershed basin, which obviously is partly related to the lake, but actually, as we know, the lake is getting water from the Eel River. And so there could be, you could have a non-drought condition where the lake looks really low.
One of the things that Cloverdale is working on currently is purchasing water out of Lake Mendocino, a certain amount of acre feet, to have as a supplement to our water supply. It basically gives us Lake Mendocino as a storage tank to use as we need. That is one of the things we've been doing. On your guys' property, if this development goes through, you have water tanks. I believe it said 2 500,000-gallon water tanks listed on there, which if you did the math on that, that's a good week and a half if you were self-sufficient on full use, full everything on, and everyone, full population on that development. That can also be something that can help supplement. Cloverdale is in the process of doing a couple tanks. We've put in wells. We're doing working with the state to get more water to make sure that we have adequate supply and storage here. But your project doesn't affect that in a negative way. It affects it in a positive by bringing over 1 million gallons to us. And then also, I know that we've had talks, because none of this is negotiated until we get into the development agreement, but we've talked about things on the maps that show you might have access for an area, a geological area, for like a deeper well for an aquifer recharge setup. And I know that you had mentioned something about that in the past. Is that something you might be interested in the future?
Yeah, a couple of things. I think it's worth that the public know that the existing there's an existing development agreement already, just FYI, everyone, we're amending it. And the existing development agreement obligated the project, which we want to honor, to building out the city's own infrastructure master plan. And specifically, this slide actually has a typo. It's apparently 2 500,000-gallon water tanks. Those are dedicated to the city, actually. That's a really important point. It's not our water. The entire improvement, which is going to be expensive, would be dedicated to the city. And I do want to emphasize that because it's the entire city's water security that's at stake, not just the project. So really wanted to drive that point home. Second thing I wanted to say is that we are completely open. If the city finds that it's advantageous to do wells in our property, we're super open to that conversation. And we would negotiate that as part of the development agreement. So thumbs up on that total. There are existing wells. Unfortunately, they're not permitted for municipal use, just FYI. And they're agriculture, and most of them were associated with the old mill, so they're not active. And so I just wanted to comment on those two things.
Thank you. We'll go back through. Go ahead, Councilman Morgenstern.
I just want to make the comment that even though somebody has a house that they only use half the time, that doesn't mean it will be empty. A lot of wealthy people rent out their homes while they're not there.
The good thing about that is the city gets to control that.
But just to your point, Councilwoman, that's why we actually assumed 1,500 people, because some people told us that was too much, and we believe that there might be some of what you're describing. But we are subject, on that note, we are subject to the city's short-term rental ordinance. So.
I'm sorry, was that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that was a good point that Councilmember Morgenstern made, and I'm just going to follow up about the second home idea, and this is kind of a minor detail. So if you have a second home and you're registered to vote, your IDs at your first home, do you get counted in a census at your second home, or how does that work? A question for our city attorney?
You're only counted one place. So you'd be counted at your primary
residence. Okay, so just wanted to get that sorted out. You know, some of this is going to go to public comment, and I'm very curious to hear council's thoughts, public's thoughts on the population growth issue. Really, I do think that you guys have been, with the slide, showing pretty diligent with your water supply assessment, and a lot of the things that you've built into your project do conserve water. I think overall, like, it's going to bring our average down as far as usage, and you're very, very conscious on, I think, open to ideas as far as the floodplain goes. So I do want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to open up to public comments. What I'm going to ask is everyone be respectful of the time, and I'm going to ask that if someone says the same thing you want to, please wait till the end to make sure everyone gets a turn to say different comments. I'm not asking you not to go, I'm just asking you to go last, or decide not to go and let their comments stand for you as well. If you want your voice heard without saying anything, just raise your hand on this. I support that. It'd be great to know. So with that said, please go ahead. And also remember, we're trying to talk about the water assessment, not the whole project as a whole.
Absolutely.
However, the microphone's yours.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, honorable city council members. So I want to be clear, I have no economic stake in this project. I'm speaking here as someone who loves this town and works tirelessly to make it a better place, while respecting its small town character. And I think what we learned tonight from this presentation is that there is plenty of water for the town to grow organically and to accommodate the additional growth that this project is presenting to us, even if Lake Pillsbury goes away and we lose that water supply. I do want to speak a little bit about, just in general, about the fact that they are primarily working under an existing entitlement. And a lot of the opposition to this project has been fueled by some conspiracy theories that I don't need to talk about here today, but many of them are not grounded in fact or in law, and this development, in fact, cannot create an independent state. It's part of the city of Cloverdale. It's subject to the laws of the city of Cloverdale. And I think it's important to also recognize that we as citizens in this country do not have the ability to control who buys or sells property in our communities. It's private property. And just because you think someone has a political or religious affiliation with someone else, it's not grounds to oppose a project. I think that the quality of this proposal is high. What Devin and her team have done, have actively engaged with the community, sought input, and adjusted their plans and responded to the input of this community. Because at least from every conversation that I've had with her or her team, she truly believes and was inspired by what Cloverdale is and wants to become part of that and enhance it. I think there's some significant economic and community benefits from this project going forward. So I would urge the council that includes increased demand for our local small businesses, significant TOT revenue, meaningful impact fees, new jobs, and more publicly accessible open space. So I think, is it going to solve all our problems? No. Will it create no problems? I think that's unlikely. Will it improve the quality of life and strengthen our local economy? I think absolutely. So in closing, I think that the only reasons to deny this project are from fear and conspiracy theories, and there's no place for that. I think the council members should be focused on the facts. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My comments are not as a operator of a local water system, but as a California state certified water treatment and distribution operator, and also a certified waste treatment plant operator. I have gone to the city website where there is a link for the Cloverdale provided water source assessment. That link is broken, so there's no way I could have gone in there and compared validity between this water source assessment and the one that Cloverdale has paid for. I think this water source assessment that's currently being proposed to be accepted by the council should go under independent review before acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Daniel Frankston. The available evidence suggests that the city's wells and associated underflow conditions are unlikely to experience significant adverse effects from the proposed project, the eventual PVP decommissioning, or other anticipated changes in the watershed. That's the conclusion from this survey. And as Devin pointed out, you're not being asked to vote to approve of this survey. But what you are being asked to do tonight is to adopt the findings, to concur with the analysis. So if you vote to adopt these findings, then you are voting to affirm that this project will not that is unlikely to experience significant adverse effects from the proposed project, the eventual PVP decommissioning, or other anticipated changes in the watershed. I've heard a lot of talk about there not being enough water, and that's a primary concern of mine with regards to this project. There are other environmental concerns that I have. There's a question as to whether it's appropriate for Cloverdale,
But for me, it's really all about the water. And I've heard a big discussion about water the past 2 years here and the effects of PVP. And what this survey is saying is it's no problem. You're going to be fine. So if you vote to adopt these findings, you're basically saying the PVP decommissioning will not affect Cloverdale. Thank you.
Thank you. You good?
My name is Wayne Allen. I'm here representing a friend. She's a resident. Wayne Allen. I have some just questions. Really, is all I have. Has anybody looked at what this project would do to the city's ISO rating, the Insurance Services Office? That needs to be looked at now before this project goes in. Your insurance right now is very high due to the fires and all that. So I just think that is something that needs to be looked at before approval is given. These are going to be second and third homes, I heard just a few minutes ago. Well, what that entails is that that's not full-time money coming in. You're going to have to hire somebody to be on staff year-round, but you're only going to be getting money from these people maybe 3 months out of the year. I'm glad to see you putting storage in. Is there going to be any booster pump stations to get water to those tanks? That's additional electric. That's additional maintenance. Is there any wastewater pump stations to get the wastewater back to the plant? Those are things that should not be on existing city customers. Every bit of that should fall on this development. And, well, okay. When she first asked me to look at this, I went to the website, and the numbers that I got was 602,000 gallons per day wastewater flow, and roughly 160,000 gallons a day potable water sales. And I'm sorry, that's there's roughly a 40% difference in what your website says that you're treating wastewater, but you're not selling that in potable water. So there's that difference. They're saying 10.4% water loss. I did see in your system that you, in the near future, plan on spending, I think it was $4 million on I&I inflow and infiltration remediation. That is great. That's perfect. The last thing I want to say is the gentleman, Mr. Arnold, said that their survey was independent. Did the developers pay you for that survey? I don't see how that could be independent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to respond to that because it's an important point, and I can understand wanting it to be an independent review. And just to note how these water supply assessments, water supply verifications typically go, because I do them all over California for clients, is typically there is a developer component that helps fund and move this along to get it started. City has their involvement with their staff, so it's important to note that the city has reviewed this document as it was in draft form. This process started all the way back in, I believe, March of this year, if not earlier. We had an independent consultant on top of us, gentleman Eddie Teasdale, who showed up on there with Ludorf and Scalmanini, a separate firm completely independent with us, review this document and add feedback, as well as a legal firm with Barry Epstein, who's a well-known lawyer in water rights law and water rights concepts, that reviewed this as well on top of what we had done. So again, we were the independent reviewer. I take pride in the fact that a lot of went into this was my own professional judgment as a professional civil engineer and board certified water resources engineer, as well as an employee of water suppliers in California and now a senior consultant for EKI. So I appreciate the clarification.
And actually, Actually, I'd like to add one more point. The city's own civil engineer, West Yost, paid by the city to do the actual review. We got multiple comments and did multiple rounds of revisions, only and after the city accepted Brad's report. So actually, it is inaccurate to say it's not an independent report because the city had many, many bites at the apple and gave us a lot of feedback, including the Public Works Director. A couple other points that are really important to make. One of the gentlemen mentioned that if people aren't here, there'll be no revenue paid. Well, the irony, and I think Mayor Lands understands this, property taxes get paid and TOT. And our initial fiscal impact study for this project shows a net surplus to the city's general fund of $2.6 million to $4.6 million annually after accounting for police, fire, water, all of that. And finally, a point that I think is super important to make is in addition to this project paying over $22 million of development impact fees, $22 million for public sewer, for potable water distribution, for roads, for parks, and for affordable housing. In addition to the $22 million, we would be, anyone in the project would be paying regular utility fees. And what's interesting about the city's water infrastructure master plan is it's more affordable if it's spread out over more people. So the paradox here is actually some of the upgrades that the city has proposed, which are great, will be more affordable for the ratepayer if there's more ratepayers. So I appreciate the gentleman's concern about empty houses, but from a fiscal perspective, empty houses still pay property taxes. So it's a really important point to make. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lands, Vice Mayor Wheeler, the rest of the council members, and everybody else here tonight. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eric Sanders. I'm a local Cloverdale business owner, homeowner, and lifelong Cloverdale resident. But I'm also a water and wastewater professional, state board certified as treatment, distribution, collections, and everything else. My wife and I have raised our 3 children here in this community. I've lived here for about 50 years myself. My wife's family has been here since these water rights were initially issued. There are a few families left in this town that have roots that run that deep here. And along with that, and my experience actually working in the Public Works Department for the city of Cloverdale, as well as being a planning commissioner here, I understand that this particular project is a hot topic, and I just want to point out that I have a very unique perspective on the needs of our community here. And I prepared a very long written statement, which I'm not going to really get into, but the long and the short of it is that I have met with Ms. Zugel, and she's been very pleasant and forthcoming, answering all the questions that I've had regarding this project. And I've actually read and reviewed these reports that were presented here tonight personally, as just an independent resident of Cloverdale. And I wholeheartedly agree with the assessments that the water supply is secure and stable and will remain so into the future, regardless if this project moves forward or not. But as we all know, that if a project like this doesn't go through, that property is likely to end up being another high-density, residential, government-backed project that is done by a developer that's asking for concessions and holding their hand open for, grants or funding from Sacramento, which, as we all know, isn't exactly in the best interest of our community here. So I wanted to express personally and vocally to everybody here tonight, all of my neighbors, that I strongly support this project and hope that the council receives and adopts these assessments and reports as they're presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Elaine Rock, and I'm a Cloverdale resident, but I was also the president of Mount Wesky Estates Water Company for 10 years, and that was in Windsor. I know what the state is like with their regulations, and I am very concerned that the state will come in and try to regulate our water usage again, especially given the Potter Valley Dam situation. So I just wanted to point that out, but I also have a couple of questions. I agree with the person who said they couldn't find the information on the website. For the last 3 days, I've been poking around with it, and unfortunately, I couldn't attend any of the presentations, but I support the development. But I also have some questions. I haven't heard anything about sewer systems. Is that included in this particular assessment or not?
I'll let you guys, it's your assessment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ma'am, Elaine, was that your?
Yeah, sorry.
Were you done?
I'm sorry?
Were you complete with your questions?
Yeah, I wanted to know more whether the sewer, no, I have one more question.
Please ask before we.
Oh, okay. The other question that I have is about the storage tanks. I don't know where they are. I'll bet most of the population of Cloverdale has no idea what the infrastructure of our water system is like. I think that a little more education would be something that would be valuable to everybody. So anyway, where are the storage tanks and where is this 500,000 gallon storage tank going to be placed? Those are my questions right now.
Thank you so much.
I have a lot of other questions I have submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with why you haven't heard about sewer and wastewater collections here tonight at all. Again, it has to do with the specific what we assessed under the water supply assessment and verification. This is a supply study, a sort of accounting exercise, as you will, to determine what supplies are available to Cloverdale, what demands are current and projected, and then the project overlaid on top of this. This doesn't really look at the back end of wastewater collections and others. Those would be separate studies and analyses that I believe the project would intend to do, but I'll let Michael answer.
Appreciate both questions. I'm trying to remember both, but the first, I would just want to comment, the project will be subject to the Subdivision Map Act, where one of the entitlements will be a master tentative map. And so the city has already begun to review that. The master tentative map to be approved has to have full plans for all the sewer, for all the potable water, and for all the storm water. Furthermore, the project is 100%, I'll repeat that, 100% responsible for all costs related to construction of sewer and water, potable water, stormwater, and wastewater facilities. And then one other point I really want to mention, in our development agreement, we've already been negotiating this. If the city, as many of you may know, the city's talked about having a recycled water plant. We are very supportive. And for those of you that know about recycled water, one of the challenges is the chicken and egg. The city wants to get revenue from the recycled water to be able to afford to do the recycled water. Well, we are a very willing customer and are committing to having putting purple, it's called purple pipe. We would like to irrigate all of our irrigation to be non-potable recycled water. We're also open to having all of our commercial uses be non-potable, that can use like flush water, for example, for the toilets. Obviously, you don't use recycled water for drinking water, but we are extreme supporters for that. And then finally, I just want to say the city does have an impact fee regime already in place, and we will be fully subject to all those impact fees. And then finally, we will become ratepayers as well. And as ratepayers, we will be contributing to the upkeep of the sewer, the potable water, and the stormwater system. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Please come forward. Hold on, we're still, I'm sorry.
The question about the tanks.
Yes.
Thank you. That's a really good question. The tanks were incorporated because the city's infrastructure master plan, which was adopted in 2010, proposed tanks for this site. The tanks are, right now, the proposal is, you guys probably see, there's a hill you can see from the 101. It's the tallest hill on the property. Typically, these storage tanks want to be on tall hills. So the current location that we're exploring is on that hill. If I had a map, in fact, it might be, do we have a map of the site? I think we do. I could just show.
There's one in that.
If you go in, actually, go a little further, I apologize. Just keep going. Right there, stop. You see actually in this diagram to the right, if you look
It says
carefully,
water tank on it.
there's a little squiggly circle.
Down the bottom right.
It says water tank, access road, and water tank. Right there, yeah. And I want to say, one of the things we want to work with the city on is that because they're rather big, 500,000 gallon tanks are not small. We're looking at maybe not having it at the top of the hill because that would, some people may not like to see a water tank. So we're looking at just slightly downhill and hopefully hidden behind some oak trees. We're going to be working on the siting. That location was specified by the city, FYI.
Thank you. And just to add to that, we're going to add a water storage presentation in 2026 to show a lot of what we have, because there's multiple tanks all across the city. Please, I'm sorry.
My name is Janet Green. I'm a resident of Cloverdale, and I would like all of you to also consider the unknowns of climate change, the long-term droughts that we have gone through, and this Potter Valley project. These are a lot of unknowns. I'm suggesting or maybe proposing that the project reduce the number of housing being with these unknowns, and also maybe instead of 2 hotels, 1 hotel. I also have maybe a question. I just was reading today in the Press Democrat. I don't know if all of you read this article. And I just want to read these, and perhaps you could address this. The project consultants expect to demand to hit 639 million gallons when the project is completed in 2035. By 2045, demand will be 676 million gallons. However, these projections also show that Cloverdale could struggle to meet its future demands during a dry year, when supplies are not expected to exceed 600 million gallons. So there seems to be a kind of discrepancy here about how much water would be available. So that's my question. I also want to add something not to do with water, but with the housing. I do hope that you consider putting housing in for our wonderful farm workers here, our local farm workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I did see the article from the Press Democrat. I believe the numbers you quoted may have been the city and then the city's total along with the project. We could go back to the slide and probably confirm that, but 600 million gallons per year is way beyond what we projected for the conservative estimates of this project. We were around, recall, 76 million gallons per year. As far as the consideration of climate change, Potter Valley Project, and others, there are long sections of this document where we went above and beyond the typical requirements of a WSA, WSV to really get at the heart of those problems that you're talking about, because we did want to be, take a holistic view of what this means for the city and its water supplies going forward. We wanted to be cognizant of that. And that's where we talked about technical appendices, where we did the hydrologic analyses to figure out, the accounting of Potter Valley contributions downstream, all of this extra work on there. And again, what we found is there are real impacts to the Russian River watershed and to folks along the Russian River. But I have to reiterate that because of the city's unique standing with, 1, its access to underflows, 2, it's the seniority of the rights it holds, the additional conservation and other measures through its resiliency program that are being taken on over time to shore up some of these supplies and sources, and considering that the project itself would potentially reduce beyond 76 million gallons per year by offsetting outdoor use, that we feel pretty confident that those are not going to necessarily affect the city in an adverse way if you include the project. So again, we did reiterate some of that and would encourage to look through some of the documentation on there, and we're happy to answer additional questions.
Brad, real quick before you go, you touched on other people's areas around the Russian River.
Mm-hmm.
How does this affect surface wells, since Cloverdale is different?
like the shallow wells that Cloverdale relies upon. Again, this is all tapping from the underflows. We talked about this earlier of the contributions primarily coming from natural precipitation. So it doesn't affect it greatly as far as we can tell.
And this is the difference between Potter Valley's effect on surface wells versus on underflow, correct? Is people's surface water wells.
Other people's surface water wells, yeah. So they would have their own rights, presumably, if they're tapping those shallow amounts. If they're tapping true groundwater, there's a whole different schema and framework of considerations.
Which is most of the wells throughout the Cloverdale Basin and the Alexandria Valley Basin, is they're 18 to 26 feet for most people that live out in River Road.
Yes.
So that's the difference between this water and that water.
And they would have all their own separate rights and frameworks and considerations, yes.
Thank you. Who's next? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Richard Coates, and I'm a Cloverdale resident. My concern is more with the legal framework with which the consultant has to work within. If you'll consider for a moment who selects the consultant, who pays for the consultant. If you will, for a moment, put yourself in the place of the consultant. You're in competition with other consulting firms and individual consultants. Your customers are project proponents. Now, what would happen to your reputation if you killed a project with too much truth? I think it becomes obvious that you don't want a reputation for being too hard on your customers. Otherwise, you won't get any. You'll go out of business. The structure that we've created militates against truth. Now, if you think that this is not possible simply because consultants are probably regulated by the state, I can tell you that within my own family, we had a consultant, and they, on a project, a major project, discovered that there was significant harm to the community and wanted to put that in the report. The consulting firm that they worked for said, no, you need to change the results. She refused to do that. She resigned. But the consulting firm falsified the results anyway and presented it with her name on it. Now, what would you do if you were her? Would you fight it and end up getting blacklisted in the entire industry? No. The consulting firm was working for a very well-known oil company, one whose name you would know immediately, everybody in the room would know. So I'd like to suggest that the real problem here is not the work of the consulting firm, which I think seems to be extremely well qualified, but the system under which they're forced to work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kevin, do you want to respond to that, I would imagine?
Sure, and we come across this in development. Just so everybody knows, everything that's been submitted by the applicant is peer reviewed, and the consultant who does the peer review is in contract with the city, so they're not under the influence of the developer per se. So everything they've submitted, we have followed that procedure.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And I do just want to add, because I understand the concerns and the potential conflicts and where you want to be cognizant of that. But just to get in the shoes of the consultant for a moment, if we can. Prior to joining EKI a couple years ago, I worked with water suppliers, led them as manager in different parts of California. The reason I get client work is primarily with that understanding of having reviewed WSAs on the other side of the table, if you will, doing this sort of long-term planning analyses and water rights work, leading that, working with the state, et cetera. So my reputation as working on that end is what brings me to do this type of work and to support long-term. And again, I take pride in doing a lot of that. We've been independently reviewed by other consulting firms, including the city's own, as the city manager notes. So it certainly there can be conflicts in consulting. I won't dispute that with you all this evening. But again, in this specific case, I wanted to be really take an independent look that was not influenced by the developer at what it means for the city of Cloverdale to incorporate this project from a water supply perspective.
Who wants to go next? Please. Come on.
Hi there, I'm Suzanne Black, a resident of Cloverdale. I feel a little bit like I'm running after a moving train because I admit that even though I've been aware of this project proposal, the first time I was able to hear Devin and Michael, I think it was, do a presentation was last month at the council meeting. So you guys have been at this a lot longer. And I don't think I can I have a number of questions and concerns. I'm keeping an open mind. I'm not afraid of rich people and big houses and progress. But I don't think those questions can get answered in 3 minutes. It's a little bit going to a city council meeting like going to a 12-step meeting. I put my stuff out here in the middle of the room and you thank me. And it's not a dialogue. And I think Esmeralda had some like town hall, not, I don't know what you called them. Maybe they were open houses. Okay. What I would like to see, because after last month, it seemed like on social media, all of a sudden, a lot of people in town became aware of it. And I believe that all of you individually have been talking to residents, but I don't encounter you folks a whole lot. So I haven't had that opportunity. But that's something that you know, but the rest of us don't know that. And just reading social media since the last meeting, people have their panties in a bunch about all kinds of stuff. Sometimes because we're afraid of change, sometimes because if we don't know something, we'll make it up, a la conspiracy theories that you were referencing. There's a lot of reasons why people get anxious, and this is a big deal. So my proposal is that the city council have an open house. We don't really need Esmeralda, I don't think, because I think you guys would be able to answer our questions. And if it needs to be more than one of them, have more than one of them, because I think that you'll be a lot happier if the city, the residents of Cloverdale are happier if they have their concerns adequately answered. It seems to me like it's being fast-tracked, even though when you put that thing up there, June of last year was the first meeting, but it still seems like it's moving really fast. And that question has been asked of me, why is it moving so fast? So that's just another thing where people get suspicious because they want to know what you're trying to pull on us, So that's my request, and I don't think I'm alone in asking for that. If the city council were able to and willing to take the time, Citrus Fair, Veterans Building, whatever it needs to be, and have several dialogues with whoever wants to show up, I think that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Suzanne, thank you. We really respect that. And before you go, Kevin or Alex, I'd like to have you maybe respond to the process that they go through with the development agreements and planning commission and us, and what you foresee the future if this moves forward and they buy the property and start going through this process. How does it work from here?
Well, let's see. So this is the second meeting we've had here in front of the council. I think you're on the hook. You're on the hook for at least 4 more, maybe 2 planning commission and 2 council. So there is a lot more opportunity. That, as we said in the beginning, this is not to approve this project. This is just looking at the water. There's going to be a lot of chances for more conversations. They've been very receptive to the things that we've requested as a town. And, I've been doing planning for 25 years, and I will just say to their credit, they really have done a lot of community outreach. I haven't seen this level of outreach really from any developer in the time I've been doing this. And not only the open houses and the workshops, but also meeting one-on-one with community leaders. I know it seems like it's fast, but my opinion, they've really reached out a lot.
And Alex, I don't know if this is affected by I think it's called the by rights. You could have a certain amount of meetings. Can you explain that a little bit so people can understand why we can't hold a ton more of these meetings on their behalf?
For this particular project, we could hold more meetings if we want to, because they're coming requesting discretionary review. Other projects we've had that were already zoned and for what was being proposed, like the apartment complex, for example, that's when there's a strict limit on how many meetings you can have.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Appreciate the comment by, I think it was Miss Black. We are big supporters. If the community wants more informational sessions, happy to do it.
Okay.
More than happy to do it.
Thank you. Sorry for making you wait.
Good evening. My name is Colton Bangs, and I'm a local Sonoma County resident. And I'm here to express my strong support for the Esmeralda project. And I hope that you adopt the findings of the water supply assessment. I participated in the Edge Esmeralda Pop-Up Village during both of its visits to Healdsburg, and I was genuinely impressed by the caliber of people it attracted. They were kind, intelligent, optimistic, and action-oriented. People who cared deeply about building a stronger future. What also stood out to me was the value of having multiple generations in close proximity in the same place for an extended period of time. It was heartwarming to see a model of community that felt both timeless and forward-looking. This is the kind of community that Esmeralda is designed to create. It's rare that a city gets the opportunity to support a conscientiously designed development, one rooted in human well-being, walkability, social connection, and the kind of village-scale living that has served people well for centuries. Most housing developments today are corporate-driven, maximizing land coverage with cheap construction and leaving behind car-dependent, isolated neighborhoods that don't give people what they actually crave: connection, beauty, and a sense of belonging. Esmeralda aims to do the opposite. It represents thoughtful planning, environmental harmony, and a genuine investment in the long-term health of our region. Adopting the findings of the water supply assessment is a meaningful step toward making this vision possible. Thank you for your time and considering a project that has the potential to bring enormous economic and social value to Cloverdale and the surrounding communities.
Thank you. Who's next? If we're going to have public conversations, we have to do it outside. Thank you. Please come forward.
Hello again. Oh, my name's Jeff Schreiber, by the way, in case I didn't mention that before. I heard a lot of information today, Brad. Very cogent, articulate points. Clearly, you've done your research. I have pretty much the same concerns with a lot of people in this town. You mentioned that Esmeralda would be drinking approximately 40 to 70 GSM per person. Was that correct on the average? So the question you can answer is, I'm not sure how you came up with that figure. You know, I have a little bit of experience with water droughts here. So in my time in the United States Navy, I was on a nuclear carrier where we produced approximately 100,000 gallons per day based on evaporation, and I think some of it was desal. But the beauty was we had an unlimited supply of water right next door. When I hear you talking about the water supply coming from a combination of us having senior rights through the state, a little bit through the Alexander or the Potter Valley project, and then natural rain. What bothers me about this, and maybe you can understand, is that these are projections based on modeling. So unless you're actually going out and actually tapping down and using well projects to measure this underground aquifer, it's a speculation. So now this is fine if we have more than enough supply. But what I got from your delivery was that we don't have anything to worry about. Then in our worst case scenario, including droughts and climate change, which whether we agree with it or not, it's here. I've gone through a drought in Sebastopol. It was bad. And I agree with, sorry, I don't know your name, the honorable councilman over here, thank you, that it's really important to have a margin of water because we just don't know what the future is going to foretell. We don't know about this water being used for agriculture projects. We don't know about firefighting. I haven't heard anything about maybe it's a separate topic, but projected increase for our law enforcement, our firefighting to supply services for Esmeralda. So that's something you might want to address. I got so many questions. I could be here all day. I mean, this is really bad. This is really bad. I guess ultimately what we need to be concerned about is please just not chase the money and think, hey, this is great. There's going to be more money. I even heard somebody say that there would be an increase in our average of water based on this project because now we got more people. But we also have to understand, look, this is about, if we look at the basic numbers and dumb it down to the simplest person, this is about supply and demand. And our supply is projected. Our supply is not an absolute. If we had offshore desalination tomorrow or a lake or something, it would be a whole different argument. But I'm really, really, really concerned about the future, especially with the increase in population in this project, the amount of water used for this park. I mean, the list goes on.
Driver, I need you to wrap
I'm
it
sorry.
up, please.
But anyhow, that's what I have. So hopefully you can answer that for me, Brad. Thank you.
I don't know if it's possible to go back to one of the slides we had in here where we talked about the gallons per capita per day figures, just because I think it'll be able to directly address one of the gentleman's points here. I think it might be coming up next. Right there, perfect. So this was what we presented in here, was that based on our projections of the Esmeralda project for the residential only components, as it's shown in green to the upper left there, we're expecting around 48 to 60 gallons per person per day, or gallons per capita per day, GPCD. Let's compare that to existing Cloverdale, which is the about 8,800 people right now, anywhere between 63 to 70. The state regulations, as best we can tell with their budgets and regulations going into the future, is around 100. So city's already meeting that. Project is expected to be even more efficient owing to its modern structures, new developments, its own regulations on water use, quite honestly. How we calculated that was the projected number of people for the project. And then ultimately, when we did that specific land use, sector by sector, line item demand, using all the information local to Cloverdale, demand factors that are provided from state government and other sources to basically combine together to estimate what the project was going to use over the number of people, similar to how that data are available for Cloverdale. So that's how we calculated there. As far as the quotation for desalination on a Navy ship, I can't pretend to be an expert on that specific scenario, but I do understand that it can be largely inefficient, and it doesn't surprise me that that number may be far greater than what you're seeing here. Or less? I thought you said 100,000 gallons per person per day. Oh, okay. Well, Navy might know something I don't on that front then. But at any rate, then with regards to your other questions is, again, when we talk about the sufficiency, which is the standard we're using in the water supply analyses and water supply verification, that doesn't mean that there will never be droughts again. Doesn't mean that everything's fine and there won't be future curtailments or things that impact the city's supply. Certainly there will be. But what it does mean is that the project itself is not going to cause additional harm on top of that, given the values, the efficiency that way, and that, as best we can tell, this is still fairly reliable on the long-term projection, given that the vast majority of years do not see those types of droughts, similar to the last 150 plus years that it's only happened one time. So, thank you.
Who's next?
Good evening, Steve Nurse, Pine Mountain, Cloverdale. I've been in Cloverdale for 25 years, and I've seen plans and projects come and go. Started off many years ago with a project planning a casino out close to this land, which was fun fighting that. But that was then, and this is now. And in my 25 years in Cloverdale, I've always wanted Cloverdale to be a little better than what it is. I've never wanted it to be like Hillsburg, but I wanted it to be a little better than what it is. This project represents the best thing that's happened to this town since I've been here, in my opinion. Now, one of the concerns, clearly, the same as everybody else in this room, is the water. I'm a little skeptical of the assumption that water falling in the watershed north of Cloverdale is going to keep the aquifer going, but I'll bow to your judgment as an expert on that. It seems to me in drought years, everything dries up, even probably 100 feet below the ground. I don't know. As I say, I'll bow to your judgment. I just wanted to give my support to this project and say once again that I think it's the best thing potentially that's going to happen to Cloverdale in 25 years. I urge people to get away from social media because social media isn't. Social media is a forum for a lot of people to spread rumors and nonsense that really have no bearing on this project. I know the people that are running this project. They're very open. They will communicate with you. If you've got a question, you've got a concern, talk to them directly. Don't bring up nonsense on the internet and try and stir things up because it doesn't make any sense. And I would just urge the city council also, I mean, I don't know this legally, but I'm pretty sure your job as a city council is to look at the project as a whole and whether you believe it's going to be a benefit to Cloverdale. Who's funding it and how it's funding it, I don't think is any of my business, and I don't think it's any of your business. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go to the next, hold on one second, please. Before we go to the next public comments, it's getting late for our student council member. So I would like to ask you your thoughts. I'm going to put you on the hot seat before you have to go since it's a school night.
Well, I don't know whether I'm leaning towards Esmeralda or not. I think for me, there's not enough information. I haven't learned enough. But for in the future, I would just hope that there would be enough water supply for all of Cloverdale, even for the school, because I've been hearing stuff like, oh, we can't do another car wash fundraiser, like we don't have enough water to do it. It's a lot of money, so I would just hope that we would have enough water supply in the future for all of Cloverdale.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Please, come forward.
Hi, my name is Rachel Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Cloverdale, and I have more of a statement than anything else. Talking about groundwater aquifers and what flows into the Russian River. I live on Big Sulphur Creek off a river road, and it's literally my backyard. It's a very small lane, not a lot of houses. In 2021, 9 people on our street had their wells go dry. That's a lot in a small area. So we are one of the streams that feeds into the Russian River. We are part of the ground aquifer. Just a statement, something future. If we can do that with that small number of people, it can happen. And I think discussion about the underground aquifer and what can come from upstream and feed that aquifer is well and good, but it's just a giant question mark.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacinta Gorange, and I have 2 points I'd like to make. hopefully short. As somebody who is living in the Clearwater community that was afflicted with arsenic in the last year for many years, and the people who bought this land got it from a man who sold it to them. And under real estate laws, all that was covered was, is there water? I think in any discussion of water, we should be discussing the quality of the water. And there have been some people talking about droughts and other factors that can also play into the abundance of supply of, but quality would be very important. You could have all the water in the world and it's not potable, right? So it's just very important to somehow put that into the conversation. And that's all I want to say on that one. The other thing I'd like to say is just, I am a retired occupational therapy assistant, and accessibility here is not really good for somebody in a wheelchair. So maybe somebody needs to, I'd gladly help advise on that, of what to do every time you meet to help keep it dignified and accessible for somebody who is in a wheelchair, or any gradation that leading up to that. I'm one of those people. I was noticing a lot of people came up and just had to stand here, and it would have been nice to have a chair, and then it would rush things along better too, not having to come out of your seat, but taking the next position. It might facilitate getting out of here earlier, that kind of thing. That's all.
Great. Thank you. I was excited to hear that we got Clearwater hooked up to our city water last week, so I'm glad we got that resolved. You're welcome. Who's next? Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer Sullivan. I've got Parkinson's. If Michael J. Fox can do it, so can I. So I do live in Cloverdale, and I'm here to oppose Project Esmeralda. I wonder how many people would actually support it if they knew of its toxic history. And I feel like it's just being glossed over. This is from, I submitted this document. It's about the site closure of Masonite, which was there before Louisiana Pacific. PCP is one of the most dangerous chemicals that man has ever made, because it doesn't go away. This is a graph that shows that there is still PCP on that property. It is not clean. Yes, they've done a lot of remediation, but it doesn't mean that it's PCP free. What this trend line shows, though, too, is that it's decreased, which is great, but it's still not safe for humans. And excuse me.
You're great, Jennifer.
Thank you. It's not safe for humans. And the deed restrictions that have existed on this property have actually helped this go down. If you go in there and stir that stuff up, it is like an ecological Pandora's box. Okay, I just want to read some of the deed restrictions. She says that it's been, open for development for 20 years, like in fallow with flowers growing on it, and that's not the case. This is from I believe, an agreement between one of the owners. And it was restrictions on development of the site. No residence for human habitation shall be permitted on the burdened property. No hospitals shall be permitted on the burdened property. No schools for persons under 21. No daycare centers. No owners of or occupants of the burdened property shall conduct any permit of excavation on the burdened property. This is from 2013. Then we go to 2016, and we get this letter an email exchange. It's an email exchange between Robert Dickerson, who's on the water board, and Thomas Neely. Thomas Neely wanted to do like a motel or hotel. Would you do me a favor? Would you read this letter or this email? Just right there. Good afternoon, Tom.
I got my glasses.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes.
There you go.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Just from the top. Okay. Good afternoon, Tom. I reviewed your question with my counsel regarding whether a hotel use or timeshare units are included in the definition of residence for human habitation and whether such development and use would be permitted on the burdened property. The answer is no, because this use is not specifically discussed in the covenant, and these are residences, although temporary. However, the covenant can be rewritten to include this use. In order to support this change, the responsible party will need to demonstrate that use of the property for hotel use or timeshare units in the restricted area will not impact human health and safety or the environment. This could be accomplished by a site-specific risk assessment that accounts for the proposed use, local conditions, and other pertinent information. Please contact me with any question. Thanks, Robert B. Dickerson, engineering geologist, 707-576-2802.
Because this site is toxic, it's polluted. And if you go in there and start digging it up, PCP, I mean, like this graph, I'm happy to give to you. And you should see this report. This is from January of 1991 all the way to January of 2024. This is just last year. There is still PCP on that property. And this was conducted in just constant PCP concentrations for shallow wells that they've been monitoring. You don't sit there and monitor a site for 30 years because it's okay. There's some serious stuff going on in here. And when you dig this stuff up, it's really dangerous. It's airborne, it travels, and it's in the water beneath the site. If you don't know that, there's a plume of it that they've been monitoring. And I just don't know how people can support this and say that they'd raise their family on this property. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you,
Thank
Jennifer. I appreciate you.
We appreciate the concern and comments of the last speaker. I didn't catch her name. A couple
Jennifer.
things that are really important to emphasize. We as a fiduciary, someone who raises money, it is completely contrary to our interests to purchase a property that is toxic or dangerous. So this is where our interests are aligned with the public's interests, because if we are closing on a property that is not suitable for human habitation, we're closing on a property that is worthless. So first of all, I just need to say that. Second of all, the records that the previous presenter was referring to, the deed restrictions actually do apply to a very small sub-area of the property. There are two deed restrictions. One is limiting turning soil or groundwater or tapping groundwater, and the second one is for groundwater. And our plan, the plan that we showed you previously, excludes all of those uses that the previous speaker suggested from that small, actually rather small area on the site. I know this is about the WSA, WSV, but I just felt like it was appropriate to respond. And furthermore, I think what's really important for everyone to know is the regulatory agency that has complete independent overview of all of this is called the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. And that entity, which has been monitoring the remediation of this site since the closure of the Louisiana Pacific Mill in 1993 to present day, recently recommended full closure of all open cases on the site. What does that mean? It means that this state entity has actually been monitoring for years, that is correct, and determined that there's no more risk on the site so long as those covenants are respected. So I just want to be clear, The homes we're proposing are not on any of the areas that the state identified as being restricted in covenants, and we would have an economic interest against doing that anyway. So just wanted to reassure the speaker that we are keenly aware of the past history of the site.
Let's see how many more speakers we have first, Jennifer. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to make any public comments?
My name's Angela Cordova. I'm not even really sure why we're having this meeting. Devin's already publicly said on her videos multiple times that she is building here. It seems that the city has already agreed, trying to appease the public by having a meeting. Potter Valley opposition, you were strongly against it, but yet here you are supporting this, saying there's no impact to Cloverdale, but your previous statements contradict what you said about Potter Valley. So now you factually know what impacts Cloverdale, but nobody else seems to know that. That's brilliant. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. If you take it to the ballot like Solano County did, they shot it down. You support Esmeralda's second and third homeowners, but we have community members who struggle. They struggle to pay rent. They struggle to buy their first home. They struggle to find a low-income apartment. We do have low-income apartments, but they are for farm workers only. 2 apartment complexes, one of which City Council, not this one, but the previous, screwed up and didn't read the fine print. And you allowed it to be built, and all of our community was excited. You had low-income single parents applying to be shot down. And then to find out afterwards that City Council screwed it up, and even their own attorney didn't read the fine print. So I ask you, who's reading the fine print here? Because if you guys weren't, not meaning you personally, city in general was not competent enough to do it for that project, how do we know that you're competent enough to do it for this project? We have another low-income housing apartment being built. That's going to 83 units, I believe, migrant workers only. But yet we have young adults, older people, waiting lists 3, 4, 5 years long. What are any of you doing to look at that? Nothing. We need affordable low-income housing. Yes, they're going to have their homes. They're going to make millions of dollars, selling them, whatever the case might be, the home's value might be. It doesn't matter. Those residents, whether they're full-time or part-time, are not going to spend their money in Cloverdale. They're going to be down in Healdsburg. Why they didn't build it in Healdsburg, I question that, because, they did all their little pop-up stuff. They're not going to be here, and I don't think you realize that. And then I'm being told, oh, our city will go bankrupt without them. We haven't been bankrupt yet. I don't understand why you would even think that. If we're going to go bankrupt and we have financial issues, what does that say about our leadership?
Thank you. Please.
My name's Betty Landry, and I'm going to talk about water. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know how much rain we're going to get, the droughts, whatever, but we went through one. And I know my lawn died with all the restrictions. We were saving water in the shower to water plants. But, couldn't wash the car. Decided to take a shower every 4 days instead of every day. So we know what happened in 2020. Was it 2020, 2021? Okay. So what would it have been like? I know my lawn died. Lots of people let their lawns die. We spent money to re-landscape, so we didn't have lawn anymore to save water. What would have happened then if we had it as Esmeralda? How many more lawns had to die? What else would have happened? So I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I know what happened then. So you tell me, like, if we had an Esmeralda with that many more usage, what would happen? We wouldn't get to shower at all for a month? We couldn't water anything? What?
He'd like to answer it. When you're done, I'll let him answer that question, and
Yeah.
or I can as
I mean, that's the thing. We've been through one. We know what happened then. And if we had all this extra, what would have been like? Because I can't imagine it being much worse than it was then. Okay.
Thank you.
You know, I don't want to underplay what happened in 2021. Of course, it meant a lot and impacted a lot of residents, their livelihoods in Cloverdale. The curtailments really, they hurt. And we can expect that this sort of thing probably will at least be attempted again by the State Water Board. But it's important to recall that when it did happen, that 55 gallons per person per day, the GPCD metric I talked about, was applied across the entire city. That's what limited you to your certain uses. And kudos to you for trying to also stretch the water you had to make it go further. That's honestly the type of thing you should do in water use efficient and stressful situations like that. If Esmeralda were there, we mentioned earlier that since this is a per person allocation from the state, given they have additional people with the project, you would have actually seen an additional total allocation for the town. The people in the project would have contributed to the total amount of water received by the city during that time. Furthermore, after the first 30 days of this, the city, to their full credit, was successful in petitioning to the state board and raising that from 55 GPCD up to over 100, recognizing the seniority of the rights, the fact that this wasn't a physical drought, it was a regulatory drought, and that could play into precedent in the future going forward. So again, the city, on a per-person basis, being more efficient, as we've shown here in a number of demand estimates and work that way, actually means potentially more water for the current residents in the city. Not a lot more. A drought's a drought, regulatory or not, but certainly will not hurt the situation.
Thank you. Does that make sense? So basically, I'll just, at my level, because that's where I understand is about a third grade myself, everybody gets the same 55 gallons, whether it's 8,000 people or 12,000 people, everybody gets 55 gallons a day under that curtailment. So it wouldn't have affected it would not have affected the amount of water that you personally could use.
It was sort of like telling us the water was there. They're just telling us we can't.
Correct.
So my lawn died.
Because the state said it had to.
That didn't make any sense.
We actually, so.
Ma'am, can you come to the podium?
Hold on one second. I've given you your time, and I have to stop you just so I'm respectful for everyone else that I've told no.
I'm just saying that it was definitely a drought.
We understand. So at the, ma'am, the state's the one that told us we could only use that amount. It's not that the water wasn't there. And we actually, as a city, turned off a couple of our wells because we were only allowed to pump a certain amount of water per day to fill our tanks. When you hear me talk about the Potter Valley not having enough water to put out 2 houses at one time, this is part of that we can only pump so much water into those tanks per day that we're allowed to do. And so when we go into curtailments more frequently because the lakes are drier, because the state says we have to, then what's going to happen is we're not going to be able to fill those tanks up just like we had, and that's why you can't put those fires out. Okay, does that make sense now? A little bit more? And we can talk about it more later.
Sort of like
look up my email. I'll come meet with you.
although we have more water, that's what you're trying to do.
Is there anyone else with it? Please. No, I have to ask you to. Oh, you already came up.
Is there anything?
1 second. If we are going to take questions.
We got to go through everyone first before we try to do a second round, okay? Please come up.
Hello, I'm Dana Starr, local resident. And I guess I have 2 comments. One is I'm hearing a lot about senior rights. And I like to be a good neighbor. And this whole thing about, well, we get to keep more because we have senior rights feels awful inside. Because I have neighbors, friends downriver, and the thought that I get to keep it and not allow it to go to other friends, family downriver who deserve it just as much because they're younger is painful. And this is not only happening as a possibility here, it's happening around the world in other countries down much larger rivers. Second point is just to comment that, like similar to what others have said, I'd like to see Cloverdale grow, improve, become more fully itself. For the reason I'm here, and a lot of the people I know that are here, is because we don't want to be in Healdsburg. So if this creates more Healdsburg flavor, I want people who care about my community the way I do, and the people who are my neighbors do, and participate in my city and are here checking on our neighbors and what's happening for each other. I don't want more people who aren't really here or interacting with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please.
Hi, my name is Tasha Hart, and I'm a resident of Cloverdale, like someone to my left over there. I wanted to ask, first of all, if this was so important for you to do this in Cloverdale, why wasn't your pop-up in Cloverdale? You did it in Healdsburg, and you got a lot of acceptance to that, but this is not Healdsburg. This is Cloverdale. Also, when it comes to water, I hear a lot of ideology from people who sit behind desks and don't actually do the work. I know what the work entails because that's what part of my job. So, you know, it all sounds great and dandy until you actually have to do it. I deal with an MBR on a daily basis, and the amount of work that goes into recycled water is absolutely insane. So, you know, to think like it's just easy to do recycled water, storm water, drinking water, it's not. It's not an easy project. It's a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of people that are working on it. In regards to the project itself, you know, unless Ray's turns into Oliver's or Whole Foods, those are the type of people that are coming in, and those are the kind of stores that they're going to expect. These people, we do not have the infrastructure in Cloverdale set up to have these kinds of stores. We're starting to, but it isn't there yet. They're not going to bring their money to Ray's when they can go to Whole Foods or Oliver's. So that means tax revenue is going to go to those cities, not to our city. So please think about that. Also, I think we need an independent assessment. They said they got an independent assessment, but that independent person who did that assessment isn't here to tell us about their assessment. Where, you know, road access, safety, biological impacts. Here was a lady talking about that. Oh, well, we're not going to use that space. You know, stuff moves, dirt moves, water moves dirt. All of that stuff is going to be impacted if that certain area is not habitable. Is there an archaeological study? Noise. What about wastewater? I haven't heard your plan on how you're going to reduce water, except, oh, we're just going to have purple pipes. It's not just that. Are you going to plant things that are, you know, plants and trees that are native to our area to make sure that the water impact is lower? Are you not going to have those things so that you don't have to water it? Also, you know, you talk about gifting us a park. Okay, did the city do an assessment of how much that is going to cost to maintain? Have you thought about that? Have you done one, a cost of what that's going to cost us, the people that are going to pay it? Or you're going to have now a population.
We're gonna wrap it
Have you
up,
done an
Tasha.
assessment of what it's cost to have police maintain that area? So there's a lot that's going on here that we have not heard. It's not just water. And that's it. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Please.
I do think it's worth mentioning. We'd be delighted to have a deep conversation with the previous speaker on all of those topics. I think you know that tonight's topic was the WSA, WSV. We have exhaustive presentations. We've been hosting multiple open houses. And by the way, for those of you that are interested in all of those environmental topics that were mentioned, there is an enormous CEQA environmental impact report covering all those topics. So if members of the public think anything hasn't been thought through, the only reason one would think that is they haven't spent time with us. So I would encourage either the speaker to reach out directly to us. I will spend tons of quality time walking through all of those issues in detail, including our maintenance and operations estimate, including the exhaustive studies on natural habitat. I could go down an endless list, but the point I really want to make to you, council members, tonight is you're here for the WSA, WSV. So it's a little challenging for us because we would love to have that dialogue, but that's not the point of this meeting.
One thing I'll add is that Michael mentioned that we have a maintenance and operations budget. I want to highlight that we will be paying for that maintenance and operations. We are not expecting the city to pay for it. And it's going to be covered by the HOA from this new neighborhood that we're building. And so while we are gifting it to the city, it's going to be open to the public. The entire neighborhood will be open to the public. We will be paying for the operations and maintenance. The one other piece that I wanted to touch on was a really good question about why did we host the pop-up centered in Healdsburg? And we originally wanted to host it in Cloverdale, but when you have 1,000 people who come to an event and need a place to stay, there just aren't enough hotel rooms in Healdsburg, in Cloverdale just yet. And Healdsburg currently has a lot of hotel rooms. And so one of the things that we are proposing in this project is to build a beautiful flagship hotel that Cloverdale will be proud of. And we really look forward to transplanting this and bringing it back to Cloverdale where it belongs once that hotel exists. So I appreciate the question, and it's something that is very high priority for us.
Thank you. All right, who's next? If I was a betting man, I wouldn't go for that one.
My name is Dale Winterford, resident of Cloverdale. I was hoping that you would vote no tonight, specifically because in recent years, it wasn't the droughts that we had, it was the emergency, the water emergencies that we declared. We declared water emergencies here because our infrastructure wasn't good enough, right? We had very shallow wells, and we only have one plant, Russian River. We don't have Lake Sonoma, and the purple pipes that everyone's talking about, that's millions of dollars, I believe, and we're already not at that point, right? We're having problems, and that's not even one of those problems. So anyway, thank you again. Just wanted to say that. Hope you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Blackman, 260 Vista View. Wow. A few issues up here. I had a question with all the numbers with, I guess, Brad over there. With the numbers on the water issue, what did you do to calc in for irrigation? That's one question. The other question I have for the project, is there any parks and recs? I would like to see more ball fields for the kids. What are we doing for the kids? And so, down the drought, it was, I got several warnings back when the drought was happening from the city. It was sad to drive around the city of Cloverdale High School, see all the lawns dead because of the water drought. Yes, the city may not have had control over it, but I was too damn ornery to let my stuff die at my place. Is one, it was going to cost me a lot of money. Two, was a fire danger where I live up there. It was risk versus gain, finances. It was going to be better off for me to keep everything green just because of the fire protection up there. So with the numbers and this and that, if there are fields out there, I know the high school, Todd, you were very instrumental in getting the funds for that AstroTurf. I think looking at Kaiser's Park at the little park by the high school, it looks a lot better when it's not looking like a desert. So just some things. I know the city been very active working on saving our dam because of the water supply. But it'd be nice if there's ball fields where the kids, this project goes. I like the green grass. I know it's expensive because of the water. And I know our community looks better with people with nice landscape. And it's better off of fire protection too when things are green. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, just to let you know, there is talks about that. They are very interested in putting in ball fields as part of that project. But obviously with no agreements or anything going forward yet, that's just part of the talk. The Planning Commissioner Carney has also brought it to their attention, and everyone's on board and positive about doing more of that in the future if this happens. I'm going to let you go real quick, and then we're going to take a 5-minute recess after you.
Yeah, sounds good. I can quickly answer the gentleman's question. Out of the 76 million gallons per year that we estimated for the total project demands, landscape irrigation was 27 million gallons, about a third roughly, just for easy figuring. Note that even though we included it in the demands, going forward, the project would need to use non-potable sources for that, which is where they're talking about these alternative supplies.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess, and I mean 5 minutes. We need to get this going. Thank you, guys. 8:52, we'll start again. 8:58. Who's next? Anyone else want to make a public comment on this? Wow. Awesome. Okay, we'll bring it back to the dais and we'll work our way through. Councilmember Lasky.
I'll reserve all my comments for the overall project. Based just for tonight's use, there was a lot of questions being asked. Remediation, I'm sure the property's been remediated to a certain extent, and that's on the developer. Everybody's talking about, obviously we're here to talk about water. And personally, I don't think we have a water problem in the state of California. We have a storage problem. Once we address storage issues, we won't have a water problem. If you study the last time a reservoir was built in the state of California, you'll have to do some digging. However, if you look at the next proposed reservoir in the state of California, you'll see, if you check the residencies of the past governor, he is securing his water rights with the site's reservoir. So that's the only reservoir being built. So we talk about dams being removed. Once again, I think that we should have, instead of removing storage, we should have infrastructure in place before government officials above us start making decisions that affect our community. And the one lady was talking about water rights. Cloverdale has water rights down, and her family and friends have places, and her family's downriver. Once again, that goes back to the alleged Potter Valley project being removed. Now, if you do your research on why they want to do that, and our Cloverdale's water rights supersedes everybody else. But if you go back just to the genesis of the Public Utilities Commission as it relates to PG&E, and they say, I'm in construction, so I have a little history with PG&E on maintenance. They do, and as we all know, they do deferred maintenance. They'd rather go back to a problem and fix it than maintain it. So when they say that the powerhouse isn't making power, what they're telling you is, we haven't maintained this facility in 20 years. It's no longer useless for us. We're taking it away. You have to dig through the weeds when PG&E tells you something. So the long and short of it, I appreciate Brad, Mike, Devin coming tonight for your, like I said, we're here for the WSA and the WSV, and we're taking that as presented. A lot of people have reservations that, how can an independent water consultant be independent if they're getting paid? But you would be doing your customer a disservice if you provided false information just to get paid. I'm sure there's got to be some kind of errors and omissions laws that back what you do professionally for a living, and I don't think you would want to go against any of that. So with that, I'll yield.
What concerns me is there's so many variables. We don't know really what's coming down the pike. Nobody knows what kind of droughts we may encounter or earthquake or what. So the unknown variables concern me.
Thank you. So really, looking at this project, I want to just kind of reiterate what Eric Sanders said about this land being open. There's so many different opportunities that have come down the pike. This project does lend well to help our city out with our water problems. There's additional money that would go into off-project infrastructure. Dealing with the Potter Valley project, what we need is resiliency solutions. This project will help with those. We do need help. We haven't really gotten much in the way of bolstering our resiliency. So there's benefits to approving this project. The WSA overall looks great. I think I would like to see our urban water management plan updated. I'd like to see our, our water assessment. Excuse me. Our water master plan from 2011 updated. So I'm glad that they've taken all that into account. One thing we have here is we do have a situation with our community sort of being on two ends of this. I certainly think there is issues with the system, that there are factors that do come into play as far as independence goes. So certainly, I think an independent review would be a good idea to further people's consensus on what's going on here. So I really think that would be a positive thing for our community to sort of get people on the same page. And I think that's what we need. I don't really want to keep moving forward with everyone sort of being on two sides of this issue. So if that's what we need to move this forward as a community, then I think we should have that. If we have to table this, let me know what the rush is to approve this today.
Absolutely, if you want to.
Hey, Councilmember Marquez, thank you for your comments. We completely agree that an independent third-party review makes sense, and actually we did do that for exactly that reason. Eddie Teasdale is an expert in water supply assessments, and he did a thorough third-party independent review in addition to the review that the city did with its own engineers to look at it, and they were not paid by us in any way. So
I understand that, and I'd really got to say that this is my concern about the system, because there is a factor that, when you are working for the city, you're going to lean a certain way. If somebody's paid by you, they're going to lean a certain way. That is just a fact of the matter. We can say that all this is legal, but our community wants some other independent review. And so I might agree with a lot of the positive things about this project, but I do speak for all of our residents. And so I think taking people's concerns seriously is what we're up here to do. And so that's why I would say, if we can get an independent review, and I don't know how we're going to pay for it, because if we pay for it or you pay for it, it's not exactly independent, right? So how does that, how would that be done? I don't know, but if we can kind of figure that out, I think we can really bring people together and come to a consensus that we do need moving forward, because we can't just keep going with our community divided about this.
So I understand that this is about you guys asking me questions, but if you don't mind, I have one for you, which is, what would it look like to do an independent review on top of what we've already done?
I think this might be a town hall issue that, we can have a talk with our community, because I see about 50-50, our rooms divided here. And this is kind of one of those things that town halls are for, is really to bring the community together, have the talk, have a consensus, see what works for half of our population here, where they can come and be satisfied with this independent review, and we figure out how that's done. And then I think we can move forward unified. That's really what I want. I don't want to pick a side, because I do speak for all of the residents here. And so regardless of how I feel, that is what I'm up here to do. And I think that could be a good solution.
Thank you for your comments.
Devin, Brad, everybody, thank you again, for going through this tonight. We heard a lot tonight, and it all came up to Esmeralda. We sat here and tried to veer it back towards this assessment right here is what we're here to talk about tonight. You know what I mean? So I think it's important, and I want to give props also to Mr. Eric Sanders also, who has a lot of experience with this, and I trust him. And a lot of the stuff during the drought, I don't think it was due to flows or underflow. I think the stuff was there. It was due to in the capacity, it's our plant doesn't have the ability to handle it. And I think what this project would do would bring enough revenue in so we could handle and work on some of the infrastructure to handle that and bolster our plant down here for the future. So I'm sticking to this water assessment, which is what this whole meeting was about. I appreciate everybody's comment, but I do think that I'm on board with this. I really like this idea. I think it's got a lot of good things for Cloverdale. And Brad, you have a lot of knowledge with this, and I really appreciate that. And I think I'm going to go with that assessment. I believe it. I trust you, and I think this is going to be a good thing for Cloverdale.
Sorry, I got a lot of notes going on here, obviously. I feel like I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with this in a way, because we talk about watershed and we have 5 different independent assessments that have been done. And they all agree to say that there is sufficient water for what they have to show at this point, and that it would be sufficient up to over 15,000 people for population in our town, even under a dry year. And curtailments are controlled by the state. They're nothing that we can control. But the other part of this is what they call the RENA. And I know it's not something that we discussed tonight, but it's part of this process. And the RENA is a state-mandated housing assessment. And the state tells you how many houses you have to build in a certain amount of time at a certain level of income. And we're one of the only cities in the entire state that has the low income covered and has more than adequate lower income housing compared to everyone else in the rest of the state. And what we're missing is our higher income. And the difference of what it does is your tax base. Your affordable housing that you see going in, that's state mandated that we can't control. We don't even get to say anything on design. And we know that for a fact because they've threatened to sue us twice when we said something about their projects. The governor and Rob Bonta both threatened to sue Cloverdale. What they also do is they are a negative impact on your general fund. So you have to have the other side of the coin here, where you have your low income that's a negative on your general fund. So you have to have the higher end bring in a higher tax base to break you even. We are short. Hold on, where's my notes? 161 homes of the high end, at least. That is what they mandate we have to put in. And right now we are hundreds over on the low. And so with that, we will always continue to go down as inflation goes up. So unfortunately, growth is a necessity to maintain your budget, and growth has to be done in a fair way for everyone. If we don't do it this way, we will fail. And I'm not saying that we're going to go bankrupt or anything like that. I'm not trying to, say the sky is falling here. I'm just saying that it doesn't get any better. It continues to get worse. So if you're going to do the population growth, you're going to want to do it with something that's going to make you money instead of keep costing more. And if we don't put something else in, then the properties have to stay open to be able to have development done to it, and someone else can come in and take this property and build whatever they choose. And the high density, you don't get to have these conversations you're having now. That buy right I talked about, that's what they get. They get less parking spots, they get taller buildings, they get less space for each person, and you can't say anything about it, and neither can we. And so the fact that we can sit here 14 meetings in and discuss this the way we are, I think is a privilege. And the fact that, I need you guys to be quiet back there, please. Thank you. And the fact that we're having these discussions right now is a good thing, because we want our community to grow and grow responsibly. If you really want to talk about it, let's all raise our hand and see who was here in 1990 when we had these same conversations as the freeway is coming through, or in around 95 when Ferber and when Christofferson and Sonoma Family Homes came in. Or all the people that complain in here, and guess what? Del Webb, yeah, that wasn't from here, and that changed our demographic fundamentally, voting base, everything. So if you want to talk about changing Cloverdale or anything along those lines, we've done it multiple times, and this doesn't have the population to do that. We had 2,500 people when they put in Del Webb and Ferber and Sonoma Family Homes in that area, and that tripled our population. So your voting base changed. So you want to talk about demographic change? There it is. This isn't going to do it. It's not about the techies. It's not about money coming in, other than the fact that they can help us with our general fund and stuff like that. The problem is this is all about water assessment. And I'm not smart enough to go against 5 different independent assessments that tell me that this will work. I don't believe every bit of it. Fighting with Potter Valley and understanding how water works. When we have a drought, it's not coming down the hills through that 690,000 acres. And the water that does gets stopped in the vineyards because there's hundreds of thousands of acres of grapes in this area, and they're going to suck it all up. And when you get to your wells out in River Road, like people were talking about, this is what I was trying to make the difference with, is your wells are 18 feet deep. You're 20 feet deep. Some of them I've seen at 6 feet deep. I'm a contractor. I see this stuff. Guess what? Your wells are going to go dry. Not because of this project, because of your Potter Valley. They don't affect the same, but they will in long droughts. So absolutely, that's where I don't believe the full assessment. However, I'm not the smart guy in the room. So I support this because the smart people are telling me that it's right. The people that I know that have done this for a living for the last 30 years that I trust with my life telling me it's right. So this isn't an end all to make this project go in, but this is the step forward to say, hey, look they say they have adequate water. Now we're going to work on water storage, putting in more tanks, putting in, like they talk about the purple pipe, using gray water on their own property. What we talked about, a deep well, which the deep well does aquifer recharge. And what that means is during the winter time, we pump water hundreds of feet deep into the ground so that when we're in drought, we can pull that water back out and use it for ourselves when we have none. So there's little things that they're going to work with the city, because we are going to negotiate with them as we go forward to make sure that not only does the money not come out of your pocket, you get more money in your pocket and you get more water in the long run. And that is my goal. And I haven't lived here for 50 years to say that I'm not going to be part of Cloverdale. I'm here, and I'm here to support Cloverdale. So anybody that says anything different is wrong. I'll go through you guys one more time. Good.
Just want to make additional comment. Thank you, Mayor. I do personally believe that this WSA and the WSV is accurate for the most part. I think there is sufficient water for this project. And so this opportunity that we have today in this approval is not the only opportunity to condition this project. I also, at the end of the meeting for future agenda items, do want to recommend that we do have a town hall. And I think that's really about community trust and coming to a consensus. So I think we can have an independent review following this approval with the opportunity to condition this project as it moves along. So today, I feel like I will be in support of the WSA and the WSV for the information that it presents.
With that, do you want to make a motion at all?
I'll make a motion to approve or adopt the November 2025 Water Supply Assessment, WSA, and Water Supply Verification, WSV, for the proposed Esmeralda Mixed-Use Development Project.
And just to clarify, it's a resolution of the council adopting the water supply assessment and water supply verification for the proposed Esmeralda Mixed-Use Development Project in accordance with California Water Code Section 10910B and Government Code Section 664.7.3783 and 66473.7B1.
So moved.
Second.
With this, I want a roll call vote. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Lasky?
Aye.
Councilmember Morgenstern?
No.
Councilmember Marquez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wheeler?
Aye.
Mayor Lance?
Aye. Passes 4-1. Thank you, and I look forward to working further on this project and more town halls. So just we'll discuss that and set them up with the community. And thank you, everyone here, for your comments and your concerns. You're definitely heard, and we want to make sure that we can go through this with everybody to make this project successful. All right, we'll move on, and my iPad's at 10%, just letting you know.
Thank you.
If we die, I need a written copy. Yeah. H2, review and appoint the updated City Council 2026 Subcommittee, Joint Committee, and Regional Boards Committee appointments.
Thanks, Mayor. Every year, at the end of the year, we look at the current subcommittee assignments and the regional boards, and we determine who's interested in going forward the following year. We've kind of streamlined the process this year. Well, Mike, we have just a really quick PowerPoint. So we want to talk about the subcommittees in general, but also your assignments. One option is we can just remain on the same assignments. If anyone wants to trade, or now would be the time to do that, because we'll come back in January with a resolution. One easy way to do it would be if, again, as soon as Mike gets the list up, you'll see where everyone's assigned. Again, if some of those aren't working for you, that's hard to read. Let us know. So,
Manager, we can run through it.
Just go back one slide, Mike. So, in the staff report, there's been some discussion of the subcommittees, their usefulness, their necessity. We've put up some options here for you to consider. We did reduce the number last year. We folded the planning and sustainability into the admin subcommittee. So we did reduce the number, but here's some options we can continue going forward as we've done, regular basis, regular calendar. We can maintain all the subcommittees as we have them now and just schedule them as needed, or we can eliminate them entirely. So we want to get direction on that. And then again, if you want to change any of your assignments and a fellow council member would like to take that from you, or
any recommendations, we'll start on this end.
Can I make one note really quick?
What's that?
Just wanted to note that part of the governance manual that you already reviewed in the consent calendar, so now it's in effect, did remove the two-touch rules. We just want you to be aware of that while making your consideration. We removed the two-touch rule. The previous governance manual often required, or at least attempted to require, for council members and items to go to the subcommittee first, get subcommittee recommendation, then for an item to go to the council. But the governance manual updates, you guys changed that, so it's not mandatory anymore. I just wanted that just to be understood for your consideration here, that you no longer are required to have things go to a subcommittee.
Councilmember Lasky.
I'd like to, maintain all existing subcommittees, but meet only as needed.
So number 2. Okay. Councilmember Morgenstern.
Number 2, I think the subcommittees are important, and I think they're a good learning experience as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm leaning into number 3 to eliminate subcommittees entirely. Reasoning being, would like to involve the entire council on critical matters. Even non-critical matters. I think it's very important that we all know as a council, all 5 of us are participating in budget and infrastructure. I really feel that a lot of these items may not receive the eyes that are needed to bring infrastructure like streets to Cloverdale, fixing our roads, to balance our budget. We've been in deficit for many years. So really, I think this isn't a practice that really many cities, I don't know any other city that really has our subcommittees or had previously adopted a two-touch rule. So I think it's not common practice, and I don't think it's been effective. So that's why I would like to go with number 3. I think we should all consider that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Number 2, maintain all existing subcommittees, meet only as needed.
Okay. I think subcommittees are necessary because you'll have meetings that are this long every single time if we're not careful with small, minuscule items that could be solved with a couple of our council members. When it comes to things like budget and infrastructure, all of those main discussions are had in the council and by the council and voted on here. So I would also go with number 2. So then that's a 4-1 for number 2. So I would move forward looking at our subcommittee list if we could and see if there's changes that we want to make. And these meetings will only be as needed. So we won't be making those decisions as needed from this dais to
you go to the next
send stuff to that. Mike, can you send it over? Thank you.
Sorry, that's so small. I didn't realize.
So
Hopefully you guys can
if
read.
there's anyone that wants to give something up before we start talking about what we want, is there anyone that wants to remove themselves from one of these subcommittees? I've been asked by Councilmember Marquez for the Rancheria. He wants to be the regular, and so I agreed to that. And Councilmember Lasky asked me if he could be the alternate instead of myself, and I said that's fine by me as well. So I would like to switch that one. We can all discuss that, absolutely, but that's where it's at right now. And so if anybody else wants it, I'm removing myself from that to allow these.
Pardon me, Mayor?
That opportunity.
Mayor, because currently you're primary for Cloverdale Rancheria, can we do just that one at
So
a time?
basically, right now, we're removing me.
So
So
the alternate is currently
one
Marquez.
person that wants to be the head. Is Councilmember, anyone else want to be the head of the Rancheria?
Yeah, during the proclamations, I introduced myself to the Maria and I forget, her name escapes me right now, but they're actually my neighbors. I went over there and talked to them, and they would love to have me as their liaison. So I would throw my name in the hat for that.
Okay.
Also, after our last meeting and talking to Vicky and all that, along with that, the Rancheria Tribal Council liaison, I would like to jump in and be the alternate for that. Coordinate with them a little more.
Notes out now. I didn't expect this.
Pardon me, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just had a comment that there is a subcommittee and then also regional boards. So would we just go for subcommittees first and then do the regional boards, or are we kind of mixing it all up?
The regional boards are not up right now. The regional boards.
Or there's regional board appointments that I have listed as this list put out by our city.
The four that we're required to have us, those aren't up right now. So those, they're in the staff report, but just to mention,
they're not
it's
open.
usually on election year, so everyone's appointment is still current. If someone wants to get off of one of those and someone wants to pick it up, I think that would be okay, but
Let's focus on this one right now.
I think if we can maybe update this list, and I can always pull up that staff report and take a look at it after. If you like. I can only pull up one report at a time, so whichever
We have
method you'd like to go.
We're asking Councilmember Marquez both want to be the lead, and we have one vice mayor that wants to be the alternate. Is there anyone here that wants to negotiate these so we don't have to?
I would just kind of go to my record of liaisoning that I've attended all my meetings and have been a liaison for every committee that I've served on in this last year. And I think that's not the case with Councilmember Lasky.
That's fine. I mean, my schedule does not always allow me to be present at these meetings as I work primarily in the Bay Area, so my time is valuable, and I try to split my city council responsibilities with my civilian life, per se. So I do. I don't know where you're getting your information that I don't make subcommittee meetings. That I don't.
The information is public. You've missed 6 out of 9 of your Sonoma Clean Power meetings, and they were without notice. So it's all public information.
Those are excused absences. I'm not
without notice.
Diligently,
it's on the agenda.
We're not going to sit here and try to throw mud at each other. We're going to be respectful.
Let's just tell the truth.
Like I said, be respectful. We can have that kind of conversation off of this dais. So with that, we still have 2 people that want to be the lead.
I have a question here for the Chamber of Commerce liaison. And my thought on that is, I know every single council person here goes in and talks to do we need to have that as one of our liaison? Do we need to have a representative there officially? And I guess my point is, we've got myself, Mayor, Councilmember Marquez, everybody is stopping in there almost daily, and I've mentioned that, to the director over there, hey, if you need anything, let us know. One of us will be there. We need to have somebody official in there, is what I'm saying.
It becomes a serial meeting if you don't. So
Gotcha.
the answer to that
Yeah,
would be
okay. Gotcha.
yes. I mean, we could do away with it, but what will happen is we might end up in the spot like Hillsburg was, where
Gotcha.
an attorney steps in and says, you guys are running everything through the chamber. I would like to keep that in there.
way.
Sir. Okay, so with this, is there anyone that wants to suggest someone or back someone else on this? I guess we do. I mean, at this point, we're going to have to vote if no one's willing to negotiate with each other. We are talking
Can I
about.
make a comment?
Absolutely.
I think it would only be fair if we let Councilman Marquez actually be the lead, because we're all on different subcommittees, as chairs or whatever. He hasn't really had the opportunity to have something so far. Like he's got like the library liaison, or he's got the senior center. This would be something to give him a share of the 5, different parts.
What are we talking about here?
Rancheria.
Yes, I would like it.
We have movement. There's 3 done. Councilmember Marquez is now the lead for Rancheria. Who do we want for the alternate? We have Councilmember Vice Mayor Wheeler, and then that would leave Mark Lasky if you want to join that group. Okay, so we will have Councilmember Lasky as the alternate.
I appreciate it. This is nothing personal against Councilmember Lasky. I have tried to reach out to you personally with no luck, so I don't mean to be harsh up here on the dais, but there was no other way to communicate.
Well, like I said, I texted you in return, so, my public life is different.
Yes,
than my private.
you told me you were too busy.
In fairness of time here, we need to keep moving because there's a lot of these, and that one took way too long. All right, let's just go right down the list. Admin Subcommittee. I would like to stay on it.
I would like to stay on it.
However, there's going to be a different mayor appointment, hopefully, fingers crossed, in one of these items coming up. So I would gladly give it up to whoever sits in that mayor's seat when the time comes as the primary on that, because that's necessary. Would everyone agree with that? Something's fair? Okay, so then let's arm wrestle over the alternate. I would like to be the alternate.
I would like to be the alternate because I mean the vice chair, because that's what I was, and I'd like to keep that position.
We have Stern and Todd. Anyone else want to put their name in on that? What if you're the mayor?
Oh, well.
Okay.
I doubt.
just check.
I doubt I'll be the mayor,
Admin.
but I did win the time contest, so I think that does make me a lot of.
So I'll just, for myself, I've put in a lot of time. I've done 4 years, 9 months as the mayor and vice mayor, and worked very hard on this committee to make sure that our budget is in the black. It rides a fine line there because of certain reasons that we won't discuss in open session. However, the budget that we have now is better than it's ever been. It is in the black. We've got a lot more things that we've completed, and we are what they say is GSD, or getting stuff done. And it's been very successful and very positive, and I would like to continue doing it. Now we have to look for, does anyone support that or support Councilmember Morgenstern so we can move this one on? You can voice, and we can, it's just direction at this point.
So Mayor,
On our consent calendar next time.
is this something maybe we want to revisit after this election for mayor? Can we come back to this? Because maybe that's a deciding factor in choosing this?
That's fine. Infrastructure. It's Wheeler and Lasky at this point.
Anybody want infrastructure? I'm willing to give infrastructure up.
I'd take it with you. I would really like the opportunity to work with Councilmember Lasky. I think we have an opportunity to work on a relationship, work together. I've been wanting to work together with you, and I think this would be a good opportunity.
Is this something that one of you wants to say, I want to be the chair, and one wants to be the vice chair?
I'm happy to chair. I do have previous chair experience.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of order, if we are, depending on the selection of mayor, you could potentially, if either of you become mayor, for example, you'd have them on both of those committees.
You're going to be, you want to be the chair and you want to be the vice chair.
Sure.
Okay. City and school. Councilmember Morgenstern, you're the chair.
I'll stay chair.
Okay. Does anyone else want to fight for that one? Councilmember Marquez, you're on that subcommittee. I wouldn't mind being on that subcommittee as the vice chair.
I can swap with you. Yep.
Perfect. That was easy. Anyone else want that vice chair spot?
Which one was that?
School.
Cool. I'm the vice chair on that one. It's like
And the chair is.
Me.
staying the same.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
You're getting all this right, Mike?
But I'm double checking.
All right. Next one is the Planning Commission.
We don't meet, we probably meet 6 or 8 times a year. So that's the level of commitment.
Councilman Lasky, you are the chair. Do you want to remain the chair on that?
Yeah, I'll stay chair on that.
Perfect. Does anyone want the alternate spot?
I don't mind sticking with the alternate. I would definitely appreciate if there's some communication. If a meeting can't be made, that would be happy to fill in.
Perfect. Cloverdale Regional Library. Councilman Marquez, you are the current chair.
Yep. Just a liaison to the lab meetings, and I'm happy to
Does anyone
continue.
want that? I did it for a couple of years. I've done my time on the Library Advisory Board. Vice Mayor Wheeler, you are the alternate. You want to remain?
Yep.
League of California Cities, we'll leave that because it's usually your mayor and vice mayor. REMIF, that's not us. And the last one is Russian River Watershed. It's Councilmember Morgenstern.
I'll stay.
Okay. Alternate is your Vice Mayor Wheeler. Do you want to keep it?
As per our conversation, did you want that one?
I would like to be the alternate.
Anyone else want this one? Perfect. You can have that one.
Which one is that?
Russian River.
River.
And that is
He's the-
primary and which one?
No,
Who's
primary is Morgenstern. Alternate is Marquez.
Thank you.
We're going to move on and we'll come back to this item. We'll table it for now. Come back to this item.
Real quick, regarding the Redwood Empire Division League of Cities, we're seeking direction if you want to change to the North Bay Division. And you don't have to answer that now, but.
About that when we come back to that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not a rush. I mean, for sure.
We don't do any, we can give direction tonight, probably. We'll see how it goes. Might have to table it. We'll find out.
Okay.
Let me see where we're at. Sorry, it's getting late. Annual adoption of a city proclamation calendar. That's the same calendar from last year. Are there any changes or deletions that anyone wants to do?
There are some changes that were proposed, Mayor.
Please explain them to us.
Pull it up one moment. PowerPoints work different on here. Come on, friend. All right, so we are looking at approval for the 2026 proclamation list.
You forgot the line one for May.
We got thing only lets me pull up so many documents at a time before it gets confused. One second. Okay. You can see that list. I cannot. Which list?
I want it on the first May because it's for the home.
So on the amended agenda, it is as stated with a few of these were recommended by council members. You can see November 11th, we would be now including National Veterans and Military Families Month. And November 13th, there was a few that were previously omitted off of the approved list, which was Older Americans Month. We previously have had as a proclamation here Jewish Heritage Month, and Week of nope, that was it. Anyway, this list is as stated. You guys can read it a little bit better than I can. one of the goals of council was to have no more than 2 proclamations per meeting, knowing that we also have the new recognitions that council gives out that could be potentially 3 or more. Just wanted you to be aware of that. There were a few requested over the last year from the members of the public, which were also health and wellness. Can't see it on there, but one of them is, it was a Cancer Survivors Month and an Autism Awareness month as well. I broke it out to where there's about 2, potentially 3, depending on the month. It looks like May would be a little busy.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Okay, regarding Jewish Heritage Month, number one, I'd like to move Lyme disease to there. In the Jewish Heritage Month, I am 85% Jewish, but in my mind, I don't think we have to celebrate every heritage. Like if we're going to do the Jewish Heritage Month, then are we going to do like Armenian Heritage Month? You know what I mean? To me, it's like
I agree that is definitely something that we brought up probably a year plus ago when we were last looking at this, because the same thing could be said for the different heritage, like, Latino heritage. We don't do one for Asian American. So it's up to the council. This is something
to
that the
me,
council
as
has.
a Jewish person, I don't mind if we eliminate that because we don't have room to do heritage for every nationality or religion or.
This is at the discretion of the council, whatever you'd
if I
like.
may speak, I think one of these issues kind of comes down to traditionally marginalized. I certainly am very proud to see Hispanic Heritage Month as a proclamation. So, it's hard for me to speak to another nationality that I'm not a part of. Can we have the conversation? Is this a traditionally marginalized group? I maybe think it's not currently. So I don't think maybe it's necessary as well.
And again, this is a list that's been in the last, we looked back 3 years because that's when the last time the list was.
And we cut it back pretty good last time as well.
Oh, there was even more than this. So
The council could also consider, did anyone show up when you did these proclamations?
No.
So then maybe it's not important.
They didn't.
So let's remove that, and if someone requests it, then we can
Which one?
discuss it again.
Jewish Heritage.
And can we move Lyme disease to the first meeting in May because it's for the whole.
In its position?
Definitely. Sorry, I might have read your email wrong. I thought you wanted it in the second week. You want it the first week?
The first agenda.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I'm happy
Anything
to
else
do
that
that.
anyone wants to add or change on this?
I just had the question. This is to council and staff. Is just if there's been any other requests, just kind of curious to know if people have mentioned anything. No. Okay.
Requests that we've brought forward.
Okay. Then I'm good with this list.
And one note on here, it does say, since we hadn't memorialized it, and this isn't a resolution or anything, it's still at the council's direction, but in the staff report, it mentions that any requests that we receive would go through that application that we have online, because we haven't memorialized that, but they would submit the application. Previously, it did go to subcommittees at one point. We never really quite had full direction. So on here, it has referred to the mayor and city manager for consideration and potential placement on a future agenda. But that is also something that we're looking for direction on, as far as what the review would be for a request.
It's easiest to do it the way we are because it becomes a long, drawn-out process, and you end up missing the month.
Right.
To be honest. So it's easier for the city manager and the mayor to make the decision if someone does come in with one. And I mean, unless it's a hate speech, I don't see any reason why anything would be denied. But it's not me. That's not always me. Now, with this is an approval by motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the city proclamation for calendar 2026 with the amendment to remove Jewish Heritage Month.
I second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Oh, sorry. Skipped one.
All right. The next one's pretty similar.
Yep. Citizen Recognition Program calendar.
I'm going to pull that up next. Sorry, I have to drag these kind of to a funky way to get up to where you can see it.
Do we have to do this right now on this one, or is this something that we can just request we fill in what?
When you created the program, we did say that.
Let's go fast. Who wants the one in January? Last year out, you already did one.
I may need maybe this, I would take the one after January. I'm willing to commit to.
I'll take the January, February.
I'll take the March.
I'll take April.
It's May or June.
Yeah, it's a 2-month increment.
Okay. Who wants July, August?
Take it.
Councilmember Lasky, September, October?
September, October.
Perfect. Get all that?
I did.
Beautiful.
Noting that
Make a motion to approve with the changes, anyone?
Motion to approve changes to the Cloverdale Recognition Program.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you for making that easy. Now comes the fun one. Council reorganization, annual selection of mayor and vice mayor. Every year we have a request to do mayor and vice mayor together by Council Member Marquez. What do you guys think of that first?
I was requesting them to be separate, but they're
separate. I thought you said
kind of the same way that you did last year, same procedure where we're allowed to make comments before a motion is made.
Perfect. Yeah, I apologize. I thought you had said it different.
I like the way you did it last year.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez, you want to go first?
Well, I'm in favor of nominating Vice Mayor Brian Wheeler for the position of mayor. In his role, he's been available to meet, to discuss, meeting with me, to discuss issues. He's engaged with the community quite a bit. You can find him out on the boulevard quite often. I think it's somebody that's just been really positive and supportive of a new council member. So I would be happy to support Brian Wheeler.
Morgenstern.
No support from me.
Councilmember Lasky.
I support Council Vice Mayor Wheeler as the mayor.
Vice Mayor has worked his butt off over the last 2 years as my partner and has taken a lot of time and done a lot of hard work to make himself ready and a leader for our city. And I would like to nominate Vice Mayor Wheeler as Cloverdale's newest mayor.
Roll call second.
With
I second that.
would you like the official
Made me a little
motion?
nervous all of a sudden.
You want the official motion to be, you said you favored a motion, everybody supported it. I'm just curious, was there a motion on the table?
I made a motion.
The motion.
Made a motion for him.
Perfect. Seconded by Lasky.
Correct. Do a roll call, please.
Well, I'll hold you guys off since you're part of it. Councilmember Marquez,
aye.
Mayor Lance,
Aye.
Councilmember Morgenstern,
No.
Councilmember Lasky,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wheeler.
Aye.
Passes 4-1. Congratulations, Mayor. The meeting is yours.
Congratulations. Love the blazer. Looking good.
Okay, now we move on to we still have to do the selection of the vice mayor here. So we need a motion for. Or
We would have a discussion.
For the nominations for the vice mayor. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we move into nominations, one area where I believe that we can continue to improve is ensuring that our leadership roles, mayor and vice mayor, reflect the diversity and lived experiences within our community. In recent years, we've had several qualified women on this council who, for various reasons, did not move into the leadership rotation. Regardless of intent, that pattern has had an impact. At the same time, our community has also experienced tragedies this past year, 2 incidents in which women in Cloverdale lost their lives to violence committed by men. These events have deeply affected many residents and have underscored how important it is for women's voices, perspectives, and leadership to be visible in our public institutions. Today, we have an opportunity to reaffirm predictable, fair, and equitable rotation in our leadership. Councilmember Morgenstern is next in line based on this longstanding practice. Honoring that rotation strengthens public trust, reduces division, and shows our community that leadership is grounded in principle and consistency. Councilmember Morgenstern has chaired 2 subcommittees, the Homeless Committee Advisory Subcommittee and the Joint City UCSD Subcommittee. She was also elected by her fellow Sonoma County Council members and mayors to serve on the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee, a testament to the trust and respect she has earned beyond our city as well. And really, our choices today come down to three paths. We can follow the predictable fair rotation system we've relied on for years. We can treat this opportunity as a popularity contest, choosing whoever is most personally aligned with us. Or 3, we can set a rotation aside, engage in a full discussion about who we believe is the most qualified overall. If we're going to abandon rotation, then we owe it to the community to have that conversation openly and be transparent. My hope is that we make a decision which reflects the values of unity and integrity. Supporting our fellow council member, Marjorie Morgenstern, for vice mayor aligns with those values. That's my comment.
So let's move down the dais here and go for nominations for Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lasky.
Are we allowed to have a discussion, I think, before we make a motion, right?
Mayor Whaley, can you turn your microphone a little towards you? There.
Gotcha.
Couldn't hear you.
I'd like to thank Councilman Marquez. That's part of my comment. And the other part of my comment is a lot of small cities like ours rotate. And the fact that we don't rotate, I think it turns into a POW thing and a popularity contest between the people that are in power. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's inclusive. And Cloverdale used to rotate and they stopped. And I think I would like to see Cloverdale rotate again. And I think it's a learning experience. We're not just up here as a popularity contest. We're up here to learn. We're up here to give back to our community. And we're up here to all be leaders. And when it turns into a popularity contest, it's not inclusive. It's not fair.
Councilmember Lasky, anything?
I'd like to throw my name in the hat for vice mayor. I understand and appreciate Councilmember Marquez's statements, and I wholeheartedly agree with Marjorie, your statements for rotation. However, I believe the overall transparency and reflection of what we stand for in Cloverdale has to be on integrity. So when we have certain council members that will engage in social media that is detrimental to the city's visions, and or we have other council members that will go outside of the box and do things that would harm the city in a good light, I can't support Councilmember Morgenstern for vice mayor.
You're the same person that sat at a dinner and talked bad about a trans person at the table.
I can confirm that.
Hey guys, let's keep it respectful.
You allege.
Councilmember Morgenstern, keep it respectful up here.
And you're the one who did the ribbon cutting and couldn't even include everybody that showed up.
So if I could just add a comment, if I may, just comment, and this is civil. So yes, questions to Councilmember Lasky's, kind of maybe to be specific about some of the accusations you're throwing out. You're throwing out blanket accusations, and that doesn't make sense unless you're specific about it. I really would voice my concerns regarding the appointment of Councilmember Mark Lasky as vice mayor. The vice mayor role requires consistent availability, collaboration with council colleagues, reliable fulfillment of our assigned responsibilities. At this time, I do not believe those expectations have been met. Councilmember Mark Lasky has missed 6 of his 9 Sonoma Clean Power Board meetings without notice, leaving Cloverdale without representation on important regional issues. We have also not received regular liaison reports from Planning Commission, limiting our ability to stay informed on critical land use matters. In addition, I have experienced difficulty reaching Councilmember Lasky for city business, which makes collaboration challenging. These are not minor issues. They reflect a clear lack of effort in the basic responsibilities already assigned. Based on this record, I do not have confidence that he is prepared or willing to grow into the increased demands of the vice mayor position. This is not personal. It's about performance. The vice mayor role carries significant responsibility, and the city deserves someone who consistently shows up, communicates, and fulfills their duties. For these reasons, I firmly oppose the consideration of Councilmember Mark Lasky for vice mayor. And if we want to talk about qualifications, let's have that conversation. This is a very important role. We should have that conversation. I would also be interested in the role of vice mayor. And I can say it's as the newest member of this council, appointed in February 2025, in this short time, I've worked hard to make an immediate and meaningful impact. I've maintained 100% attendance on our regional boards, provided timely and thorough council reports, secured $10,000 in funding for the Cloverdale Food Pantry. I've helped lead major community initiatives, including the Student Career Fair and the Repair Fair, and several volunteer projects that I've led, such as the Home of the Eagles mural at Washington Gym and significant improvements to the Grange Hall. I also supported the successful acquisition of $75,000 in funding for those improvements, approved just yesterday by the Board of Supervisors. I bring additional leadership experience as board chair and president of the Cloverdale Kiwanis Club. I make it a priority to be present in the community, both at a wide variety of local events and online. Regionally, I remain active through the Russian River Confluence Steering Committee as liaison to the Russian River Property Owners Association and their proposed Alexander Valley Water District, and through regular engagement with organizations such as the Economic Development Collaborative, Sonoma County Tourism, and LoCien. While I deeply respect our traditions and the strong working relationships on this council, I believe that the role of vice mayor requires dedication, initiative, and demonstrated results. In my time on this council, I've shown that I can deliver, collaborate effectively, and represent Cloverdale at every level. I would be honored to serve as vice mayor and continue advancing the best interests of our city. In saying that, I'm throwing my hat in the ring, but I really think that we should go with Councilmember Morgenstern as far as bringing some peace and some unity to this council. You could see the division that's happening with this group. It hasn't gotten better over this year. So I think this is one way that we can all be adults. Let's go with the right thing to do, and that's to go with Councilmember Morgenstern in the traditional rotation.
Councilmember Land.
You know, I'm offended, and I'm really disappointed in this council. Sit here and say that this is a popularity contest when I put in fucking 40-hour weeks for this city, when we've gained dog parks, open spaces, black budgets. How many? I don't know how much more we have done. All of this stuff. We have several things are here because of the work that I do. You want to talk about putting in the time? Let's really lay that out. I'll do that to you, and I will outdo everybody here 5-1. I put in the time more than anybody knows, and I've also created teamwork within the city. When you look at the city, we rebuilt and reorganized the entire team, and we are so successful right now. And our city staff is so positive because of what we've done, because we came in the office and said, let's do the hard work. As a leader, you build a team around you. You know, if you look at a coach, you look at a CEO, you look at a quarterback, you look at a mayor, they build a team around them to make it successful. And it's not about that person. I personally tell everyone, I surround myself with people that are smarter than me and better than me because they do their job. But I'll be damned if I must have failed a little bit somewhere right now. You look at our city, and we have pulled ourselves up, and we're the only city in Sonoma County that is that is positive right now and pushing forward. Everyone else is deficit. Everyone else is falling apart. And here we are 5 minutes into this, and people just go right into the mud.
Can I say?
No, it's my turn.
All right, keep going.
The other part of this is, as a leader, you have to be effective. When you choose sides, when you eliminate people, when you talk about people behind their backs, when you go against and do things that are to the detriment of the city for your own behalf, that is not what is best for the community. Over the past year, that is what I have seen, and it bothers me. That is why I worked harder to make sure that this city didn't fail, because we had to pick up the slack and hide some of this bad stuff. I'm trying to keep my words right here. I had a mayor at a meeting a couple months ago tell me she puts in 2 to 3 hours a week and doesn't understand why I'm self-inflicted doing 40 hours. And I said, that's because I care about every single person in my community, and that's the way it should be. A real mayor doing his job, a real vice mayor doing their job is 40 hours a week. It's 2 in the morning, you're awake, wondering why somebody called you a name or what you can do to help them, for that person that emailed you that needs help. It's 5 in the morning, you're returning emails. It's 10 o'clock at night when someone knocks on your door, you talk to them. When they want to meet for coffee, you go. It's all of the community. When I came into this, I had a Republican marking by my name, and I had never thought about it from the age 18 until now that, first off, I'm not. Second off, it offends people. I'm not here for one group. I was never here for a party. I was here for everybody. So I have a no party preference because I don't care how you vote. And to sit here and listen to people complain and point fingers and try to build cases that just tear this council apart, it's just... When you use this position to benefit yourself, you're doing it wrong. You use this position to benefit your community. And I'm saddened to see people not doing it that way. And I'm really bothered that I'm sitting here having to have this conversation at 10 o'clock at night and my iPad's dead because we ran it out of energy. This is ridiculous that we're at this point. And so I don't even know what to say, but I will tell you, I know 2 people I will not support flat out for vice mayor, just because of the fact that they don't support the entire community. They do not get along with most of the city staff. They do not support the decisions made on the dais, and they have negative attitudes towards the rest of the council. And that is not how it works.
I think you just made a false statement, and I resent it. And I think it's part of the good old boy club that happens between you.
You misstated resemble, resent.
And I'm tired of the good old boy club. And the city manager is part of that club. And he won't even give me and Andreas information when we sit in front of him and ask him what's new.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it, Councilmember. I can speak for myself, and just to reiterate, Councilmember Lands, my comments were not directed at you. I think that we've done a good job at building a relationship over this year, and I'm proud of that. My comments were not directed at you. Really, those comments are directed at the possible appointment of Councilmember Lasky, who I just feel is not up for this role. And everything you said, I agree with that. These roles do demand a lot from us, and so that's why I'm making those statements. And it's not personal. I'm happy that me and Councilmember Lasky are going to work on the infrastructure subcommittee together. I hope that we can build our relationship as well. That's my goal. I've been having trouble doing that this year, reaching out, but moving forward, that's my hope.
Mayor, I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to make a suggestion, or do you want me just to let you go around the horn again?
I would like to suggest that we do a retreat and that we all do it with our hearts open, and that we do it instead of just acting like this is something horrible that we have to waste a half a day on, that we do it with open mind. Because I think we really need a retreat about it.
So what I'd suggest is maybe if someone wants to make a motion and then vote on this, and then Councilmember Morgenstern, if you want to bring that up as a future agenda item for the council to discuss.
All right, so I'm gonna take over from here, and there's a lot to digest here on this one. And I'm gonna agree with Councilmember Lance on this. There has been countless hours, time spent, meetings, trying to communicate with council members and not getting anything back. And so it's ridiculous. If we're going to be an effective council, if we're going to support Cloverdale as a community, we are all going to work together. We are all going to be able to wake up in the morning, and if you have to call the police, you call the police. If you have to do that's a leadership role. By texting somebody and saying they don't listen to me is not effective as a council member. You should be able to handle that. You should be able to move past that, or you should be able to sit down and have a meeting with whoever you don't think is treating you well and resolve that issue. And right now, we're not doing that. We have council members here that are just, I mean, people are vying for position up here, and it's getting ridiculous. People are like, look what I did. I did more. And hey, check this out. I did more. No, that's not how this works, man. Work as a team. I spend countless hours, and Councilmember Lance here spends countless hours. And it's not a good old boy. It's a, hey, we've got a project to take care of. What do you think of this? As the vice mayor, you work as a team. You work together, and you discuss things, and then you bring it to council. So as far as the good old boy, that is not something that's out there right now. This is hard-fought fights going on right now to make Cloverdale and Cloverdale only a better spot to be. The work we've done is, I'm going to reiterate, is it wasn't somebody made a decision. It was, we sat down and had numerous hours of meetings with the city manager to, hey, let's reorganize and let's rebuild this team for the city. Is it effective right now? Absolutely. This city right now is on fire. Everybody has high morale. Everybody's working. Everybody's positioned where they need to be. At the time, Mayor Lands had projects going on. I ramrodded OIT, and I pushed that through and pushed it, and it went on for a year and a half until I finally got that at both plants. And now, you know what? That's the kind of stuff I need. I don't need somebody, complaining that, when we go do an event that I don't give them a big group hug and there's a picture and we get to have ourselves. I'm not here to get my picture in the paper, nor do I care about having my picture in the paper. I'm here for success. I'm here to say Cloverdale's got something. The kids have a new park. Everything's great. So right now, I sit back right now and I'm like, okay, who's going to be that partner that I could call? And here's the key, and trust them to do something. If I say, hey, it's 2 a.m, let's go. We've got something going down on the river. Are they going to jump in their car and head down, or am I going to hear a whole pile of excuses? That's what I don't want to hear. I want somebody that's going to hit the ground running and know who to call, when to call, and how to call them. So right now I had this going on, and I just sit back and listen to this. I'm taking into account a lot of stuff Councilmember Marquez said, things that Councilmember Lasky said, that Councilmember Morgenstern said, but it comes down to trust, somebody that can hit the ground running, somebody that can do this and is willing to put in the work. So, this is going to be off the wall here, but you know who I'm going to nominate for vice mayor? Is Councilmember Lands. I want somebody that's going to come through and continue to do what we're doing. Right now, I don't see anybody on this council that can step up and say, I got the ball, I'll run with it. We're stepping back then. I want somebody that can step forward into this, keep our budget going, be there when we have a budget question, and not have some random excuse. So my nomination right now and my support is going to be for vice mayor is Councilmember Lands. Anybody on the dais? Let's bring it to the dais for comments.
I think you guys have had a good experience working together, but I think it's time to rotate and let other people work together. Part of being on this whole thing is learning leadership, and I don't see why we can't rotate.
I appreciate your comments, Mayor Wheeler, really, because that's the discussion I'm asking for, is that, if we're going to go with qualifications, that we have that discussion. You know, if and I do appreciate that because I really didn't want there to be a pick based upon anything else. It was, for me, it was either rotation or qualifications. You shared your thoughts about who's the most qualified, and that's absolutely valid. My opposition to that, I think Todd's done a good job. My opposition is just I would like to see us go in the rotation, and it's one of those things about just bringing some understanding. I think doing what's fair. Again, I think women have gotten a bad shot over the last many years, and so I think that's a real important issue. And so I certainly think that I just don't want to drive any more division within this council, and I think that might lead to that.
And I agree with you on that, Councilmember Marquez, and thanks for your comments. But I need, like I said, there's got to be, we could do a rotation and get people in here. But if we get people in here that aren't willing, like I said, get after it, and that's what I'm looking for. And I think that's what Cloverdale deserves. That's what the residents deserve, is somebody that's going to say, I got this, let's go. You know what I mean? And
I think I demonstrated that over this last year. I've been available for anybody who's reached out to me.
Okay.
Anything that I can do, I take it on. I was given a lot of roles that were kind of just the leftover roles. I took them and I ran with it, and I accomplished something, and I got a lot of things done this year that I can show for it. So I think I'm a very viable candidate.
You did get that done. My only problem with that, and like you said, is I'm going to say nothing personal about this, but there has been a lot of, it comes to our attention from, telling people that the mayor isn't, he's lying to people. He's doing this. He doesn't know what's going on with the Potter Valley project. He's being cut out of that. That hits pretty hard with me when I know the amount of work that goes into it. And I think by having that attitude right there is, like I said, vying for position. You know what I mean? And am I all about a rotation? I'm not trying to hold down women. I'm not trying to hold down anything. I'm going for right now, the momentum Cloverdale has, the momentum that the city deserves, and the projects that are going on right now need 100% focus on it. And that's where we're at right now. And I'm going to stick with my nomination. I appreciate that you threw your name in there. I'm not discounting everything that you've done.
I'd like to respond to that accusation.
Okay, go ahead.
So, my comments that I've made about other folks, and specifically our mayor's approach with the Potter Valley project, have been in public. These are in public. I've met with the mayor personally on a couple occasions. I think that didn't go well. The mayor both times threw a tantrum and ran away. So it's been very difficult. That's the truth of the matter. And, my neighbors who live on my street have also told me that the mayor comes to my street and tells my neighbors that he hates me. He's told also council member who's the mayor of, former mayor of Rona Park, he told Gerard Giudice that he hates me.
Thank you for coming.
So if you want to be transparent and you want to say those things, let's be transparent.
Okay. And I will be very transparent. No, I will be very transparent.
Please.
And I don't know what goes on, and I don't, okay, if that got said, I wasn't privy to that information, that's fine. I don't know. I know Gerard, I know all these other people. And I'm just saying right now that when it comes, and I'm going to stick with the qualifications on this. I know you're qualified.
I've looked past that. I've looked past that to build a positive relationship with Councilmember Lands, because it's like, hey, if people have fears about the new guy, so be it. I understand that. I empathize with that, but we got a job to do as council members. So
Absolutely.
I let that stuff slide. We're all grown adults, and I want to work past that. I want to get some work done for this city. That's what that's about. So those accusations, I want to address them. Let's be transparent about who's saying what. But you know what? I have the intention to work with my fellow council members, and I always have, and I have that track record. I've never turned down a meeting with anyone.
Okay, but now think of it like this. Also, you've got a relationship built where everything's going vice mayor, mayor, and then are we going to take a step back when we have to spend half the year building a relationship back?
With
either any council member. I have no problem. I've had coffee with you.
Yeah, we've been cool.
I see that as stepping back.
Stepping back.
Stepping back. If we're not hitting the ground,
I'm ready to hit the ground running because I don't take any of that personal, to be honest, and I never have. I do this job on behalf of the citizens of this city, and so any fears that other council members have of me, any ways that they've treated me, I don't take it personal, and I always take the high road, and I always have, and that's always been my record.
Okay.
So, and nobody can say other than that.
all right.
I'd like to make a comment.
Bring it back up to the dais and move down the dais. Councilmember Lasky.
No, I appreciate all the comments. And yes, Councilmember Marquez, you're doing a great job for your first term. Yes, you have hit the ground running. You've taken a lot of stuff, and yeah, the city appreciates your endeavors. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. You have basically pretty much gone above and beyond.
Appreciate that.
What's called for on a council member. So yeah, and like you said, there's no. Take the high road. We're all adults here. I mean, we're just having a civil discourse, which basically what it is, and we're moving forward. So we're all here to do the work of the city, and then that's should be our main focus.
Councilmember Morgenstern.
I'd like to make a comment. Every single one of us has made comments behind other people sitting up here on the dais' back. Every single one of us, and we all know that. So to start accusing one person of that, and then for him to start purposely trying to, drag my name through the mud, it's just getting to a negative, dirty thing. It's not like we're all working together. There's a nice synergy between all of us. For you to act like, oh, well, somebody, doesn't want to call the police. Well, you've told me yourself that, you've called the police station and have gotten rudeness and no help. So for you to lay that on me, I don't appreciate it. And I think we need to stop invalidating each other and just work together as adults. And I think it would be a much more positive thing and a more positive way to nominate a vice mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make it finish. Okay. There's a rift between you and me, as you know about.
Didn't know there was, but anyway.
No, you know definitely, Brian, that there is. You used to call me every day, like twice a day. Now you never call me. And you're coming up with negative stuff behind my back. So, we could start there, fixing that rift. I think it'd be important, especially if you're mayor now.
All right, so moving forward here.
You have no comment on that?
I don't have a comment on that. We need to get this vice mayor taken care of. So we're having a riff here, and so we need.
I'd like to make
another nomination.
I'd like to move to
just make a motion.
I move to nominate Councilmember Marquez as vice mayor.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Wait, just point of order. What's the motion on the floor?
Motion for his nomination of Councilmember Marquez. Do we have a second? I see no second. Motion died. Okay, do we have a motion for another nomination?
I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay, do we have a second? No second. Motion dies. Okay. We have a motion for another candidate. Councilman Lasky.
Make a motion for Vice Mayor Todd Lanz.
Do we have a second?
I guess point of order. Do you accept the nomination?
I'll second it.
Okay. So.
I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Be the adult.
So we have a motion and a second to nomination of Vice Mayor or of Councilmember Todd Lanz to the Vice Mayor position.
Give him a roll call vote. Councilmember Lasky?
Aye.
Councilmember Morgenstern? No. Councilmember Marquez?
No.
Mayor Lance? Sorry, Mayor Wheeler?
Aye.
Councilmember Lance?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2. Vice Mayor Lanz.
Now you have to go back. Don't forget. Put them in the subcommittee.
Item H2.
Let's go back, Mike, back to H2.
Got it. So just to review, we have 1018. We're bringing item H2 back for consideration. Currently, we have Cloverdale Rancheria Tribal Council Liaison, primary being Councilmember Marquez, alternate Councilmember Lasky. Administrative Subcommittee would be the chair is the mayor, so that would be now Mayor Wheeler. And the vice chair, previously had Councilmember Lands, now Vice Mayor Lands. And stop me at any point if you want to discuss it. I'm just going over it. Infrastructure Subcommittee Chair, Councilmember Marquez. Vice Chair, Councilmember Lasky. Joint City School would be Chair, Councilmember Morgenstern. Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Lands. League of California Cities, primary is the mayor, alternate is the vice mayor. Russian River Watershed, primary is Councilmember Morgenstern, alternate is Councilmember Marquez. Those are the alterations that were made previously, so unless there are any other updates you'd like to make, we just need is that by motion?
Motion to approve the subcommittees.
Does that one need to be by motion, or is that just direction to staff?
Back on consent.
Oh, that's correct.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to council member reports, item J. Any council member reports? Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Written report. Tuesday, November 18th was the Library Advisory Board meeting. I just want to inform the city and the rest of the council that the library coming up will be having a book club with middle school and high school students, puzzle swap, monthly Friday movie for teens. The teens will also volunteer to read at Jefferson School, and they'll have a monthly Vine Ridge reading. On Thursday, November 20th, I did attend the Zero Waste Sonoma board meeting, and staff and the board worked to develop a model ordinance to ban or place a moratorium on artificial turf. This was just something that the cities can use as an example to adopt if they like. I had a conversation with a couple of the coaches in town about our high school turf, and they've kind of mentioned that artificial turf does cause some turf burn. There's pieces of the turf that do make its way out into the environment. So this ordinance, the model ordinance that we're creating, does not apply to schools, though, in that situation, but it might be something that's coming our way soon that we could look at and consider. We don't have any other artificial turfs within our city, and if we don't plan to, it'd be good to adopt that. On Monday, November 24th, was the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission workshop up in Ukiah. Some of the things that were discussed were storage options within Potter Valley. The idea of a dam on the south side of the valley was presented. There was 3 different levels that dam would possibly be at. This is all kind of conceptual, as well as installing groundwater wells all over the valley, and these are all kind of things that it's good for us to learn from and see the other jurisdictions that are sort of advancing their water resiliency options. They also explained some of the pros and cons of the decommissioning choices, such as possible litigation and funding scenarios that you would face with the older infrastructure compared to some new infrastructure. Coming up also on Thursday, December 5th that had passed, I did a wastewater facility visit. Got to hang out with Jay Robinson and Cole Timmer. They're doing a really good job down at the wastewater plant. Learned about some of the things that they're doing down there and how they kind of feel about groundwater recharge, purple pipe, and stormwater was kind of one of the things I learned that, our stormwater just kind of goes right into the Russian River. And, different from wastewater, which is an all year supply that, by our purple pipes that that's something that we can reclaim. But stormwater is one of those things that you kind of have to figure out a way to store it or pump it into, channel it into some type of groundwater recharge options. So it's something to look at. Sunday, December 7th, I joined the Russian River cleanup team for their monthly river trash cleanup down there on the First Street Bridge, and just want to give a shout out to Bob Cox, who's been working with them for a very, very long time. It was fun to kind of run around the river. You kind of see what kind of trash accumulates in just a month's time, and good volunteer opportunity. Thank you.
Councilmember Lasky, any councilmember report?
As I stated in the my November report, Sonoma Clean Power is reducing customer rates for the next year, If anybody's has Sonoma Clean Power, please go to the website, and they've got a 6% decrease in rates over the next year. So if you're a Sonoma Clean Power customer, I urge you to go view their website and check out what's coming as a positive to your checkbook.
I was supposed to have an Ag and Open Space Advisory Board meeting this month that I was looking forward to, but they couldn't get enough participants, so they had to cancel the meeting.
I'll be brief. I attended the same Mendocino Inland Water Power meeting. I did it via Zoom. After the meeting, I had a good meeting with PG&E, and from that, we have started, or I shouldn't say start, we've started collaborating with some state and federal leaders that I can't name, and we are trying to find ways to work together to make things happen. And I will just leave it at that for now for that, but just know that there's the solutions that were given at that town hall. They're not feasible and they wouldn't work. They're not sufficient. When they talk about drilling 125 wells through the Potter Valley Basin on people's properties and things like that, it doesn't work, and everyone's seeing it. And so there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and I'm hoping over the next few months we can speak freely about it. I also attended our Sonoma County Transit and Climate Authority meeting. It's this SCTCA. Two of the discussions, the first one was the carpool hours that have changed in Sonoma County. That was done by Caltrans, and they did it to make it the same as Marin County and through the Bay Area, not taking into consideration how it affects us. And so we as a group sent them a letter and explained our position and why it should be moved back to the 3-hour window that we had before. And they are taking it into consideration and bringing it to their next meeting. So hopefully in the next few months, your carpool hours through Sonoma County will change back to what they used to be. And then they also did what they called a VMT mitigation. It's a vehicle miles traveled. It's a way to do, instead of the gas tax for your electric cars and things along those lines, there was a survey done and an assessment throughout Sonoma County to see if it was feasible. And at this point, it is not supported by the Sonoma County residents. And so it is just going to be left as an open option, but not further looked into until something changes with the amount of electric cars and the depleting gas tax. And that is all I'm going to speak about.
We did not have any regional boards. We're kind of on a hiatus here till probably the new year with the Northern Sonoma County Air Boards. Nothing to report out. One thing I do want to report out on is the attended the Winter Festival down here in Cloverdale. And from what everybody said, people I talked to down there, it's the best Winter Festival they've ever seen. They've never seen the town look better. They were impressed with the lighting. And the other thing, I want to give a big shout out to the chamber and everybody involved in that. It was extremely organized this year. And I heard one of the numbers we had was over 5,000 people down there. So it was incredible. They did a good job, and I hope it continues on. Other than that, I have nothing to report out. City manager, attorney reports. City manager.
Really quick, we did get 3 applicants for the oversight committee for the DD and the UUT. We'll be bringing that in January. That's it.
Reports? None? Okay.
Mayor, I forgot one thing. Can I add it to the reports really quick? On December 19th, there is a light parade and judging contest for Christmas lights in Cloverdale. It's something that I started 4 years ago. It has really grown. It started out with 7 people on a trailer. Last year, I think we had 2 decorated trailers, police cars, fire engines, ambulance, everybody in line, and make it a good time. There's a lot of applicants that have applied this year. It's really grown. We now have 3 people asking to put trailers in to follow along with us. So if there is anyone on this council that wants to go, since this is not something that we get to vote on, which is awesome, you are all welcome to join. There will always be a seat for you, and would love to have you. So we leave from the front of the police station. I think it's right around 6 o'clock. But if anything changes other than 6, I will let you know. December 19th. It is a really good time.
Yep. We'll be out there cheering you on. You come down my block, and it's always good to see the parade come down.
Okay, council direction on any future agenda items?
Yes, appreciate that, Mayor. I do want to suggest that we have a town hall or make an attempt to facilitate some type of community meeting that we can discuss the idea of an independent review for the water study. And again, it's not so much that about my personal feelings. I just think it would be something that would derive consensus for our community. I think I just don't want to continue seeing our community split that way. So I think it's something that, for that reason, I think would be beneficial.
No, the only thing I see is, and I know a lot of people talked about the independent review, but these reviews have been done, and I'm just wondering if we decide to do or bring that up for future agenda. I think we're going to need to. That's a very expensive thing to do.
Can I make a suggestion to this? Is I would ask the city manager and city attorney to make a list of all the different reviews, who did them, and how they affect us. And then maybe you can meet with Councilmember Marquez, and if there's still further that needs to be explained or things needs to be done, maybe you bring it back to us again.
And again, it's
I'm not the mayor. I'm just trying to.
No, I appreciate your comments, and this is kind of one of those things. It's not so much about me, and I could say with the process, it's the trust of the community, and that a lot of people don't trust the process. So it's something really that it's not like it's going to change the situation of the established assessments. But if we can get an independent assessment, I think that people can feel maybe differently or have a better understanding or a little bit more confidence in us. And I think surely after this meeting, it's needed.
And that's why I suggested maybe he brings the proof of what we've done and been part of before we make the decision, because if you do, you're talking a six-figure number, 6 to 9 month process, most likely, and going to cost them probably a 7-figure number for delay.
And my thoughts, it might not be like somebody just going out and doing a whole WSA or an urban water management plan, but it might be having an independent party just review what's there. And
maybe you can meet with the city manager and see if that fits, and then we can bring it forward and as a report.
And I'll go ahead and reach out to some of the people that made public comments. Their information's there, and I think those are the people that have that concern. So I'll take care of that.
We're doing the same too. Okay. Any other council questions? Okay. Attorney? City attorney?
Are we on future agenda?
We are.
Okay, I would like to suggest a retreat, and I think it would be really important. And I think instead of us all going in there like this is stupid and kumbaya, we actually went in there with open mind.
I support that. The other cities, they do that. I really am saddened the fact that it had to come to a future agenda item. These things that were talked about behind the scenes for a very long time, and other cities, their city manager can enact these things to where they don't get to this point. Unfortunately, we're at this point. And so I think this is something that is very much needed.
So, are we suggesting Talia come back?
It's not something I would have acted on without direction from the council.
So, Talia.
Yeah. But I'm happy to work on it.
I was just some of these in full transparency. Things happen behind the scenes, and I've talked to other city managers in other cities to try to find a solution that we could do without bringing this public. I know that other cities do. The city managers can initiate these things without it having to come to this point where council members actually have to ask for it in public.
So it sounds like this should be put on the future agenda so you can all, if there's 3 who want to put it on the future agenda, so you can discuss whether you want it, who you'd want, what you want to take, and how much you're willing to spend.
They have their too.
Oh,
yeah. Yep. Direction, look into it, yeah. Okay.
And can
No
I
city
add to
attorney?
that discussion that we discussed, like maybe, even after we're all dead, like, it be a yearly thing, because I think what happened is we didn't have one when we needed to have one, and things just snowballed.
He has the future agenda item for the discussion, and this is something we should have there, but I will just say from the past, we did have 2 of them, and it was because of these issues when I first got on the council, and the people that where the naysayers refused to participate. And so we spent tens of thousands of dollars and had a lot of donuts left over. And the people that we needed to learn to work with refused to even show up. So if these are positive and everyone wants to participate, I'm a huge supporter of it.
Well, and last time, remember, we all showed up, but the city staff was there too, and we decided next time we wanted to do it without city staff, so we could focus more on.
And that's something that
Listen to
we
it.
should
Yeah, we can discuss this all at the future agenda.
Future agenda, yep. Okay. That's it. Let's go ahead at meeting adjourned at 10:34. Thank you.